all meetings in Australia, and pay our respects to elders past and present. So welcome to Melbourne, and so for anybody who's never been here before, it's known for having 4 seasons in one day, and at the moment I think it's, I'm not sure whether it's cool or warm outside, but it's very much appreciated people taking the time to come here. This is one of the events associated with the International Energy Agency Energy and Buildings and Community Technical Collaboration Program, which is why we call it EBC. And this week we've got this symposium, the Decarbonising the Building Industry Conference, which is happening at the moment here. We've got the Executive Committee meetings on Thursday and Friday, and we also have Impact Masterclass on Wednesday, which is part of the project of the Communications Subcommittee. And the technical day has been incorporated into the Building Energy Performance Summit, which is happening tomorrow. So there's quite a bit of activity happening during this week. So last time we hosted was in 2016 in Sydney, and we're aware that you had missed out on the best city in Australia, so welcome to Melbourne. And oh, hello Carlos, how are you doing? And thank you also to everybody who's taken the time to come here. So, of course, the focus is building energy codes. It's unusual. This working group is a bit different to the other annexes because this very much focuses on collaboration between governments. We all have building energy codes of one sort or another, and with varying degrees of effectiveness, and we all have the opportunity to learn from each other. And this is a very important opportunity for us to share our learnings and to share particularly the advances as to where building energy codes are going. They're a very effective instrument around the world, and at the moment we're going through a bit of a period of change. Now, the most important thing I need to tell you is that the exit is off to my right, and the toilets are around the other side of the lifts. And importantly, for those online, please mute your microphones. I believe we have some joining online. This meeting is being recorded, for you to know that, and also that there will be a photographer attending the session as well. Now, in terms of this room, the mics are set up so that you probably don't see it here, but so as to capture visually for the people online up this end of the room. So when you're doing your presentations, do come up here. You'll be able, and also do speak as loud as you can. Yeah, for the mics, not just for the people online, but also for the the people who are hard of hearing down the back, like Suzanne down there. So it's quite important for us to ensure that we're able to continue communicating well. All right, well, I think that's it from me, and I'll now hand over to Melis Tiliano, so who is the chair of the executive committee.
And
there we are, and that's the clicker, and right, moves you on.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm very glad to be here, and nice to see a bunch of you that I've only met in 2 dimensions. I'm going to go over the objectives of this workshop, and then pass it on to Meredith, who is going to be looking forward. The objectives essentially are to learn from other countries' experiences and perspectives. It's a very important aspect, especially when we are dealing with aspects of codes that are not traditionally part of the codes, such as resilience and embodied carbon. And we will try among ourselves and those people online to essentially develop some questions that we can work towards once this session of the working group is accomplished. I just wanted to point out that when we are talking about building energy codes, it has expanded. So like building energy codes now includes a lot of things that are electric. So like we are talking about EVs, we are talking about generation by individuals, exchange between the individuals and the grid, and everything in between. I was lucky to meet Philippa before coming here, and she pointed out to me the price of electricity in her home. So it goes from 6 cents or something like that to $20, like the same day, like 1 hour to the next. So as we move forward with the codes, it will be important for us to realize, like it's nice to do everything we are doing, but we have to keep in mind the costs associated with that, particularly to people with low income. As I said earlier, we are going to work to have Meredith talking about the work plan later on, and following that, we are going to be having the session moderated by Meredith also on resilience. I'm hoping my colleague will be awake in time for that, but we'll see. And we'll have a colleague from the US, as well as Paul and Matt. I'm very happy to meet in person after many years. We are going to then move on to embodied carbon, which is another evolving area that is becoming more and more important as we decarbonate the grid. And we have to start looking at how to actually decarbonize the buildings themselves, essentially. And following that, we'll have Meredith and Stafford presenting some final conclusions. Words of wisdom. No pressure.
That's fine. Followed by free drinks.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. So the working group has grown quite a bit over the years, and we have now 18 country members and 75 actually people working towards improving the codes across the country. We are dealing with exchanges regarding innovative code practices, webinars, and you can read as well as I do. I have to draw your attention, though, to the quarterly newsletters. If you want to be informed about the evolving priorities of the working group, I encourage you to register on that. And of course, everything is open access. You just have to go on our website, and all the webinars and papers are freely available. The activities that have been done over the last year, well, we did webinars, and we did a universal method of comparing building energy codes jointly with the IA Secretariat. And I think this activity is one of the relatively few ones that we have so close collaboration with the Secretariat. And it would be important as we move forward to create more links with them to disseminate. And the masterclass will be one way of translating our results to help them out. And you can see that we did a number of other presentations, and as well as participation in the Global Forum in Paris. In 23-24, we had a variety of publications. I draw your attention to the new technology integration in building codes that ICAO prepared, and it was very well received by the members. And moving forward, we are going to be talking about a number of other activities that I think Meredith will report on. And that's my 5 minutes. Yeah. So Meredith, you could.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining, both online and here in person. It's wonderful to get together again, and it's so great to be able to see people in person. I know several of you were able to go to our meeting in Beijing last year, but there's several new faces as well, particularly from Australia. Many people we've worked with for many years. So we have a little bit of time carved out here to discuss our work plan for the next 2 years. The way the Building Energy Codes Working Group and any EBC working groups operates is that unlike an annex where there's a clear topic that's outlined at the beginning and the annex partners get support, they have support letters, EBC at the executive committee level adopts it. A working group is a little bit more flexible. And we adopt a 2-year work plan that has some flexibility in it. It's really based on countries expressing interest in different topics and signing up. And we're really fortunate that we've had several countries and organizations express interest. But we wanted to talk through some additional topics and hear about interest. And also within the topics, are there areas potentially for collaboration that we haven't thought of thus far? And to make sure people are aware as we're moving forward. So we're not operating in a vacuum. Yeah, so I think looking forward for the next 2 years, as Melly had outlined for the past year, we're going to continue with several publications. I'll go into those in more detail in the next 2 slides. And everyone should have also received, hopefully, we had like a 2-pager, a Word document that we shared out so that people could get advanced information on them, but I'll orally describe them. Then we have our webinars. These occur periodically based on interest. Oftentimes they're associated with a paper that we're working on, either early in the process to gather information or closer to when we're releasing the paper. And sometimes we pick a topic that we're not doing a paper directly on, but it seems like it's a new emerging theme that's important to share information around. Then we have these annual symposiums. So I'm presuming that next year we will have one in association with the Brazil Expo. We have them in the fall. And then periodic newsletters. As Melly noted, if you're interested in the newsletters, we also are happy to have highlights from different countries, several paragraphs to a page written up about an emerging issue related to building energy codes, research you've recently done, and so on. So moving on to the work plan, we're fortunate that we have 4 papers that are already confirmed for the next year or 2. In the United States, my organization, Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, is finishing a study looking at the global impacts of building energy codes in meeting a 1.5 degree scenario. So we're looking at what that could mean both in the member countries that are participating in EBC as well as writ large. What that means in terms of how the building stock is evolving, how total demand in buildings may change, and what kind of impacts codes can have and what type of instruments. So are they codes for existing buildings? Are we looking at instruments I'm sorry, codes for new buildings or instruments for existing buildings? And we're also factoring in the changing climate, which has, in some countries, it has a more pronounced impact than others, although in general, it's not as big an impact as policy. Next, Canada has kindly offered to lead a paper on resilience to overheating, looking at the global experience and building energy codes around that. We'll hear more about that from Eric in the next session. That I think is planned for early 2025. And the next paper we also have a session on today, the second session this afternoon, full life cycle carbon, looking at embodied carbon standards and the experience around that. Australia is sponsoring that study, and Adam Hinge is compiling the information in collaboration, I think, with also many of you who he's been in touch with. My understanding is that should be mid next year. You're hoping, yeah, which is good because we don't want to have too many papers piled up one right after the other. So, and then ASHRAE has offered to, and Clay Nessler, who's collaborating closely with the ASHRAE Center for Decarbonizing Buildings, is offered to write a paper on a streamlined collaborative approach for flexible building code development and implementation planning. So this would look at a collaborative approach to address the needs of countries that primarily do not have a building energy code today, but also building out a tool set around writing codes, as well as some information around implementation, recognizing that under the Buildings Breakthrough, International Codes Council is also working on compliance issues. But under this working group, ASHRAE will have a paper that comes out sometime in 2025 as well. So those are the things we already have planned, and happy to hear your thoughts on contributions and important elements to consider as part of those papers. I'll go back so you can see them again. But there are also other topics that we've started circulating last spring based on information we've heard from different people on in the working group. And so from the perspective of the United States, we're probably going to pick one topic. Most likely it'll also be something related to climate resilience. There are other topics listed here as well that I think people have generally expressed a lot of interest in. And if there is a country that's willing to move one of these forward, we're happy to take it. I will note that if, we do have some flexibility going forward. If people come up with a topic that they have that they think would be suitable for our committee, and it's 2 or 3 months from now, please bring it to us. Let me walk through each of these topics, and then we'll open it up for discussion. And we have until about 20 after for this discussion. So the first is, again, on climate resilience and building energy codes. And in particular, one thing that struck me is that oftentimes resilience is coming up against other types of requirements or challenges. So I know, Paul, you mentioned in the UK with the efforts to incorporate overheating, there were some challenges regarding other regulations on operability of windows. We've seen in other, like in the United States, we've seen where there are some challenges between some of the resilience aspects, say in Miami-Dade County, where they have very strong regulations to protect buildings against hurricanes, and the amount of glass that you might have, right? So that improving the efficiency of buildings, but you don't want to have too many panes of glass either, right? And granted, it is a hot climate. There are also challenges in terms of when you think about trying to ensure that a building is both survivable and provides grid services, meaning it helps the grid remain stable. And those are the 2 key resilience aspects that our committee has historically focused on. A building that is very resilient in a cold weather snap, where potentially you may lose power, may not be as resilient in a heat wave. And how do you think about having buildings that can be resilient to multiple conditions? And that can include also wildfires. We're increasingly, many of our countries are experiencing wildfires and horrible indoor air quality problems that come with that. And you want those buildings to remain safe for their inhabitants. And in terms of the ventilation, potentially in fairly extreme conditions as well. And so thinking through those different types of conditions and what they need. So what does the evidence tell us? What are countries thinking about? What's the research? So that's the first topic we're looking at. And at this point, all of these are just ideas, right? There's no commitment yet, specifically aside from the first one where the United States is likely to take it on. The next one is around building performance standards. So our committee, Australia, had funded a study a couple of years ago looking at existing buildings and codes as they relate to existing buildings. That was a fairly broad study. It looked at all elements of existing buildings, whether it's code requirements that kick in when you're doing a renovation above a certain threshold, or also building performance standards, which apply to, theoretically, they could apply to the entire stock. It's not just when there's a permit that is pulled to modify a building, but they affect ongoing energy use or carbon emissions in whatever portion of the stock is considered under the building performance standard. It's a very new mechanism. There are mostly only specific jurisdictions around the world that are looking at this. The number of jurisdictions is growing. When we did the report initially, if I recall, either no jurisdiction had actually begun implementation or possibly Washington, D.C., which was the first out of the gate. But there are many more jurisdictions that now have experience where they've been, where they're either very close to begin their compliance periods or actually in compliance periods. And so what does that mean? What does compliance look like? What are some of the challenges? What are the tools that different countries have built around the world to address this, and so on? The next topic potentially could be, and I should note that I doubt that we're going to have all of these topics in addition to the ones where we already have commitments. But we didn't want to come in with a single topic and say, well, we want somebody to sign up for this. You know, we recognize countries have different priorities. And so wanted to give you a few ideas to think about. The next one is electrification and codes. Very few jurisdictions to date in their building energy codes or carbon codes mandate electrification, but it's incorporated in various ways. At the same time, more and more jurisdictions are starting to look at measures, whether it's through zoning or other, where you would begin to mandate or strongly incentivize through a regulatory framework electrification of buildings. What does that look like? How does that proceed in a way that is smooth in terms of transition? What are some of the adjacent issues? Like I know in my home state of Maryland, one of the big concerns, and I think this is true in other places, what happens as you start to do that and you have neighborhoods that no longer demand natural gas and you start to have that last customer? Is that a challenge for the codes community as you get towards that? The exact topics for any of these, I think we can define as we go forward. I'm just listing potential things that could be of interest. But it's sort of the nuts and bolts, really, of what this looks like in the places that have already started to do it. And what are some of the key considerations that we, based on that we might not have considered? The next topic is around compliance. I know we've looked at compliance in the past, but I think there's been a good bit of innovation from just the exchanges we've had in terms of the technologies, in terms of techniques, approaches to this. COVID made a sea change in terms of how different jurisdictions worked on buildings. That's one element, but I think there are also many others. As we've developed through machine learning and AI an ability to utilize a lot more data and so on. So are there new approaches that would be helpful to share information about so the countries can learn more rapidly in this space? And then finally, analysis of the impacts of national support efforts for code adoption and implementation. Several countries and regions, including the EU, I believe, have really large funds available to support code adoption and implementation. How have they gone about doing that? How has that worked? I mean, it seems like an important topic to learn from because you typically get these large chunks of funding only every once in a while. And if we could figure out how to use it in the most impactful and effective way, we would all likely stand to benefit. So what is the evidence base? Have people actually studied it? Are there lessons learned from that we could translate to other places? And so those are the topics that we're considering. I think that's the last slide. Yeah, so now it's just on the discussion and if there are any particular areas of interest that people have. But I'll leave this slide up for people to share thoughts. I don't know if Melly as one of the, or Stanford as one of our co-chairs of the working group, if you have any thoughts you'd like to share or corrections or on how I frame these issues.
And So one of the things that, like along the lines of what you were saying about for electrification of for the gas lines, the other thing that we are finding challenging is as we move to electrifying homes, on the homes part of it, the electrical panels. As we electrify heat pumps.
Melly, could I just pause you? Can people online hear all right? Or do we need a microphone?
The mic should be picking up.
Okay, perfect, excellent. And I'm gonna grab my notebook.
So that's part of a concern, essentially. How do the costs associated with increasing the capacity of panels, for example, and on the flip side of things, the challenge of the utilities to go that the last mile to provide that kind of capacity for what we are planning on doing, and the cost associated with that. And the last thing that I'm going to say again about the electrification is, are we going to mandate energy management systems for homes?
Mm-hmm.
I think again, the more you dig into something, the more complex it becomes.
Yeah.
And in Canada, at least, the industry is not really prepared for technologies that are more or less seen in commercial buildings that have dedicated electrical engineers to address them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, excellent points. And if I could add just one thing before maybe Stanford turning it over to you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put the spotlight on you, but as co-chairs, I thought you might have. It's a good way to kick off the discussion. Most places around the world decide on what their specific code measures are going to be based on cost effectiveness. And of course, if that cost effectiveness changes dramatically because you're going to be the last customer, we don't have a framework to consider them today. Right. And while it's probably fairly controversial, at some point it may be helpful to just think about what are the changing costs of this? Is that something that gets factored in, or is it not? And what are the choices around that? Have we dealt with similar changing costs in any other framework around codes and code requirements? Yep. Stanford?
Yeah, a lot of these topics are quite relevant to a range of nations. In Australia, we've just had resilience adopted as one of the aims for our building energy code. Of course, resilience is only partly in our space. It's sort of it's also around cyclones and floods and bushfires, etc. So it's sort of a wider remit, a slice of that pie. We've also got things emerging. One of the controversial things at the moment is EV charging, which of course is, how does that happen? What's the appropriate way for that to happen? Is that an energy consideration? Well, it's one of those things. Some people say yes, some people say no. And of course, one that was alluded to earlier was refrigerants is something which is, for many people who've been around a long time, refrigerants is an issue which is so much better than it was, but the job's not done. And that's emerging as more of an issue. Sorry, I'm just throwing extra things now onto the pile. But just to on a practical note, what tends to happen, at least for us in Australia, is that as soon as there's a new topic we really want to investigate, the first thing we do is an international review to see what's going on around the world. And so often enough, the projects we contributed to, we've essentially sort of rebadged or repurposed an international review we're going to do anyway. So I just wanted to flag that as an opportunity for other nations too, if they similarly look to see, try and learn from others' mistakes. So that's sort of the point of the exercise here, at least how we've been thinking about it. All right, well, I'll stop talking and hand back to you, Madam Chair.
No, and I think that that's completely fine. And I'll turn it over in just 1 second. That's completely fine. And I think, we do have, as a working group, we do have that flexibility to adjust as we go forward, which is really nice. At the same time, I think if people start to think there might be a topic, it's helpful when we're together to have a discussion around it, to be able to understand is there there? Is there actual international practice around this, or is it an empty space?
Yeah, so I was curious about the building electrification in codes, because I imagine most codes already deal with electricity. Ours certainly does. And I just wonder what is different in the code as it applies to a building, a home, just because you're decarbonising the heating source and changing it from, say, gas to electricity, doesn't necessarily change the electrical distribution systems in a home. The impacts are more upstream, and I'm just wondering, does that relate to codes, or is that planning? It's network planning. It's kind of separate issues, aren't they?
Sure. So just to throw out a couple of examples of where it is code, and I think oftentimes it is around zoning or power system planning, but Washington State adopted a code that said all new buildings had to have heat pumps. They ultimately had to put a pause on that for a variety of reasons, but New York State is looking at something similar. So where it's part of the construction code as opposed to part of a planning cycle.
So it's more about the requirement for that form of
Yeah.
decarbonisation to change.
I can imagine there would be some controversy, right? Probably our working group doesn't really need to take up all the different controversies that emerged related to that, and may look at it from a more technical level, like are there technical challenges that you run into when you're doing this? That, but.
If I may jump on that.
I think Darren was next, and then you are. Is that okay?
Yeah, I would say an underlying parameter for most of these is the indoor environmental quality. For example, resiliency is often measured not how long the building will stay there, but how long can people be in the building, how long can they survive the conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's an underlying factor that's very important and maybe should not be forgotten.
Yeah.
For example, in the new Energy Performance of Buildings Directive in Europe, there's much more related now to requirements regarding the indoor environment, which was not there earlier.
So Carlos, I have you, and then Melly, I think, but if others.
I should also touch on Wendy, because we were just talking about that before as well. So I just wanted to build on what Paul just said. I think the building electrification line probably comes from countries that don't have access to district networks, especially as soon as you get out of like Europe and a few places in North America. Electrification really is like the only option you have, unless you're able to build a massive district network that doesn't exist. That's possible in some places, but for the most part, it's just not going to be the solution for most countries that don't have that infrastructure. And this state has a mandatory electrification requirement. It's new, so does the government that Suzanne works for as well. But in that, it's very different to have that for a house than for medium and larger buildings. And there's actually no country that has lots and lots and lots of, 20 years of experience with lots of all electric massive buildings. That's a gap. And so I do think there's a lot to be learned from, if we're gonna basically ban on gas, if you will, instead of electrification, that's really what it is. But there's a lot of experience on how to do that well, how do we reduce costs as fast as possible, learning rates, and so there's a bunch of things that at least we in Australia feel like we're implementing that on the run, but also we feel like there's lots of things that we need to learn from countries that have been doing this for long.
And
So-
Canada does have experience, not to pick apart whatever point you want to share. Doesn't Canada and Quebec have a lot of experience with all electrified buildings?
Yeah, because Quebec has 97%
Right.
hydro, so there's hardly anything that's not electric. However, going back to that and the related issue of decarbonizing the building stock, our utilities, they are very interested in emission factors. So their plan is essentially to transit their gas network towards renewable natural gas or hydrogen blends. And essentially what they are trying to do, well, what we are all trying to do is to identify acceptable emission factors from utilities, including natural gas utilities and electric utilities, because most of the electric utilities in Canada are a mixture of natural gas and carbon, like coal, let's say. That's getting much better. So the actual challenge is how do you calculate emission factors on an hourly basis? Because as we move forward, there will be a necessity to actually evaluate how much carbon, like is like 2 hours in the middle of the day, for example, does it shoot up, and is it better to use some other source if it's available? I know that ASHRAE is developing a standard along the same lines, and we put a pause in our discussion because the ASHRAE standard should be available in the next year or so. Are you aware of anything, Björn?
I don't know what the status is.
Yeah.
But there is one coming up. So it's very complex, and putting a structure around complexity is a necessity for industry to accept, essentially.
Right. And I think it dovetails also with this idea of building performance standards. Today, the building performance standards that exist and that are based on carbon are on an annual. And ultimately, if you want to decarbonize buildings, you can't just look at annual.
Yeah.
But, that's fine.
Yeah, recently we did a project where we had a demo building, residential apartment building, and that was totally electrified, I would say. So we use heat pump technologies and boreholes to get the energy, and also we had this PVT system included that is there. So the idea is to collect as much heat as we can and store for the seasonal storage and then use it. So it is like the heating part and also the electricity part is all electrified. I mean, so that could be also one example. And we have the companies who did the work on it. So in a way, we want to have this kind of, their experiences and the scalability and replicability. So could be good for
Great.
That was maybe something that isn't on the list.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't mean to indicate this is the only, yeah, absolutely.
And just because it was a bit of a theme from this morning's discussion, the role of existing buildings in getting us to our net zero targets, there is a link with adaptive reuse and therefore embodied carbon that we could maybe manipulate our new code requirements to service. And also, if we're talking adaptive reuse, that might have a link with the supply of housing as well. So could it be worth looking at existing building codes as well? That's something we don't yet have in Australia, but I know that in the US we do have them.
So just to make sure I'm capturing it correctly, how existing building codes treat demolition and effectively refurbishment in terms of those materials to be able to recycle them.
Or if we don't have an existing building code, how can we use our normal building code? How can we adapt that to service the existing building sector?
Do you mean building codes for existing buildings, or codes for existing buildings?
That's right, presumably
okay.
based on the regular code, but with nuances.
Don't most countries' codes relate to existing buildings to some extent, cover refurbishment or retrofit?
I think that might be extremely theoretical.
Yeah, we did look at that. It was quite a number of years ago, and you're right, those codes do apply to existing buildings. There's major refurbishments and there's thresholds. It's all
Yes, that's right.
often it's a bit of a round peg into a square hole. There was a few examples of codes specifically adapted just for existing buildings, but there weren't very many in the world at the time.
Yeah, and I think most of the ones that were specific for existing buildings are these building performance standards. But I think what you're talking about is something different, and that would be effectively like extending the current, I mean, this is how I would put it in my head, and maybe this isn't the right way to think about it, but the existing new construction codes, extending them to demolition and refurbishment so that you're capturing materials. So it's not just, okay, when you are addressing something in an existing building, but you're extending the period of regulation to also include demolition, potentially.
I think so, and Paul's right, in theory, the Australian code does cover renovations, but what happens in practice is that that trigger is hardly ever reached. And really, if you are looking at it from a cost-benefit perspective, you're going to think to yourself, am I actually better off knocking this thing down rather than trying to adapt it to meet a very, now, comparatively a high code standard. So it's something that, so how can, what is a just balance there?
So in Canada, there is a code for existing buildings that goes into a little bit more. Before there was a trigger when you are having additions or major renovations, and they have to support the code because it's considered almost like a new building. But there were some changes that I'm not. I can't recall what the difference is, but it's worth exploring. I'll find out and let you know what the requirements. Originally, it was very ambitious, but then it was pulled back because of the cost benefit analysis.
So it's like around how to demolish a building?
No, it's how to renovate it.
Okay.
There was no consideration about demolish. At this point, not, but for the 2030 code, they're going to start talking about embodied carbon. In that case, something like that will come into play.
I want to just call on anybody online. I don't think we have any hands online, but I want to make it clear that anybody online is very welcome to participate. And just raise your hand, or if you want to unmute yourself right now, that would be fine. No? Okay.
Neil Savory.
Thank you for joining
International
me.
Code Council. I could talk on just about every one of these topics, but just on the existing buildings, the International Existing Building Code 2024 encourages the use and reuse of existing buildings, covering repair, alteration, addition and change of occupancy for existing buildings and historic buildings while achieving appropriate levels of safety without requiring full compliance with the new construction requirements contained in the other I codes. So it's set at a different bar. To the point about don't all codes currently require compliance, it is, as Stanford has said, based around threshold tests, typically, around the scale of new building work and retrofitting buildings, as well as change of use of buildings, which changes the classification of the building, which triggers the need for certain requirements. But as to whether or not a change of use then triggers the requirement to comply with contemporary building energy code requirements will vary depending on which jurisdiction you're on. So it's a very complicated space, and we keep hearing that word being used today, complicated. But when it's appropriate, I'm happy to talk to some of the other subjects.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, let me just do a quick, I'm sorry, what is your name?
So I'm Wendy Wendy Miller from Queensland Uni of Technology. I see this rather than like 5 or 6 different topics that we really need to think of how do each of these different things interact with each other. So what is the interaction between electrification and climate resilience, etc. So with climate stuff, we know that the indoor environment quality gets worse. With COVID, highlighted the need to perhaps change our ventilation strategies, our ventilation technologies. And there's a really big push in the health profession nationally to call for codes to mandate the monitoring, at least, of some key indoor pollutants, and that will have impact on the energy systems. And at the same time, there's calls for perhaps electrification, for example, of housing as a means of managing the health of people who have asthma or respiratory diseases, etc. So it's how can we meet a number of these different things in a coordinated way. If we electrify by putting in heat pump hot water systems, for example, but the refrigerant in those hot water systems has a really high global warming potential, which then exacerbates the climate, which makes the health things worse. So it's sort of the the integratedness of all of these different things and how can we meet electrification goals, decarbonisation goals, health goals, resilience goals, etc. So one of the things before was making sure that buildings have a grid support mechanism. Well, a lot of your PV inverters, battery inverters and heat pump hot water systems have the controls already to enable households to set up to say, look, I'll only ever work when my PV system is generating enough. So there's a lot of technology already there. So for me, it's an integration of all those things and how can you have multiple resilience dividends.
Actually, if I may, I completely support what you just said. In general, the problem occurs at the cracks of things. Like we have a good understanding of how individual systems work, but when it comes to talking about something that is adjacent and communicating, we tend to concentrate on those particular things and don't look at the system situation. It's challenging because not too many even researchers are exercised in looking at global or holistic approaches. We tend to concentrate on what we know very well, and then it becomes a problem when it comes to global systems.
Excellent. So I think in the next couple of minutes, we need to wrap up. Neil, I would love to hear more from you. I'm looking at the time and maybe right after or during one of the other events, if you're around this week, we can also catch up.
I'm only here today.
Okay, we can catch up. You have my email as well.
Yep.
So, just reflecting on a few of the themes I've heard, and if any countries or researchers think that they have could have the support of their countries, welcome your contributions. What I'm hearing is a lot of interest and intrigue around the electrification topic and what that may mean. A lot of interest around how many of these topics dovetail, the connections between them. And I'm almost certainly going to leave off some important comments, which I've taken detailed notes, so I will capture all of them. But also the idea of thinking about codes not just for building operations or for the embodied carbon of the new construction, but also what it means when we go to look at different phases of a building through renovations and the like. I think as a brief summary that highlights it, and really appreciate everybody's contributions here. As always, if you have any other thoughts on this, feel free to reach out and we can take it offline, or if you're around for other meetings this week, happy to chat more. But the way that this working group operates is ultimately we have countries that are interested in pursuing something. It seems relevant and we're able to share it. So that's, thank you again. And I think we are going at this point to start the next panel. And let me see here. Here we go. Energy and climate resilience. So we have Adam online, I saw earlier. As luck has it, I'm moderating the panel, so just stay up here for a little bit, but sit down once Adam starts speaking. So we're really looking forward to this discussion. I'm sorry, Adam is not presenting on this one. I mixed it up. Eric from Canada. Eric is online. Yeah, awesome. So Eric will share a little bit more on the Canadian study related to resilience. And so with that, I will turn it over to you, Eric. Are you there?
Hello, hi Meredith. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So hi, my name is Eric Sue. I'm a research affiliate with Natural Resources Canada. I work under the Housing and Buildings team, so Melly's team. Next slide, please. So today we'll talk about resilience to overheating. quick overview of what we'll talk about today. We'll start with covering some background information on challenges in overheating evaluation. We'll then present a high-level global review of how different countries are considering overheating in their building codes or standards. Then we'll spend some time on metric and threshold selection. And finally, we'll conclude with talking about some challenges with considering overheating in building codes. Next slide, please. So with overheating management, we need to balance both passive and active cooling. A passive cooling first approach prioritizes passive strategies first, so trying to manage solar heat gain and maximizing the potential for natural ventilation before using active cooling. This allows us to reduce the amount of peak cooling load and also reduce the amount of time occupants need active cooling. But we also recognize that passive measures alone might not be sufficient. So in that case, active cooling is an effective management strategy that has been advocated by our colleagues working in the public health sector. But with active cooling, we also need to consider the availability of power, the additional energy and refrigerant usage, as well as considering whether occupants would actually operate them when needed. So what we've read in past events is that some occupants have air conditioners installed, but they weren't using them during extreme heat events. So this highlights the need to consider both affordability and also social equity issues with relying on air conditioning alone. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in Canada, most of our major cities are actually along the southern border. So it's common for us to experience both very cold winters, but also really hot summers. So we need to think about how our buildings would perform during both cooling and heating season. And traditionally, we focus our design for the winter, which is the heating season. So our high performance buildings are well insulated and airtight. But this might cause issues when we have extended periods of hot sunny days where heat can't be trapped inside the envelope if there's no adequate ventilation or solar protection or active cooling. And on the other hand, fixed shading could be beneficial for reducing solar heat gain in summer, but it might not be so beneficial for the winter conditions. So we need to have both seasons in mind when we're designing our buildings. Next slide, please. In addition, we also need to consider the important role that occupants play in adaptation. So two things I want to highlight here. So first is that everyone's tolerance to heat may be different. And this is relevant because occupant behavior is driven by how people feel about their environment and what they do impact the built environment. So for example, their decisions on whether or not to open windows or operate shading. Next slide, please. And one of the things we're curious about when we started this work is how are different countries considering overheating in their building codes? So for the evaluation of overheating, we looked at a review conducted by the IEA EBC Annex 80, where they surveyed researchers from different European countries. What they found is that there is a variety of calculation methods and criteria for overheating evaluation. So the study mainly focused on thermal comfort, where the overheating thresholds are generally stated as an operative temperature or as an air temperature. So these are generally more simpler metrics. And in most of the responses that they received, the criteria for both thermal comfort and overheating evaluation, which are asked in two separate questions, are either the same or very similar, and only some countries indicated a different overheating criteria from comfort. Some countries also mention exposure limits, which are typically expressed as degree hour limit or a limit on the percentage of occupied time. Next slide, please. On our end, we also surveyed researchers from other countries. So starting from Canada, our national building code actually don't have direct requirements on overheating thresholds right now. And it's similar to other countries such as the US, Australia, Argentina, and Turkey, where they either don't have explicitly included overheating requirements or they're not considering overheating in their national building code. And to understand how climate resilience in general is considered in building code, a survey is done by the Global Resiliency Dialogue, which is initiated by code developers and researchers from Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the US. One of the common limitations that they found with building codes is that they're limited to new buildings or buildings undergoing major renovations, but not existing buildings. So there's also limited considerations on community and urban planning. Another thing that was discussed in the context of challenges is that building codes already need to balance different potential competing priorities. And one of the key issues that they also mentioned to be addressed is the need to establish performance targets and acceptable levels of risk, which highlights the importance of metric selection, which we'll talk about next. Next slide, please. So let's now switch our focus on overheating analysis. First thing I'd like to do is distinguish three different overheating concepts: heat stress, thermal comfort, and heat strain. So heat stress is the level of heat we experience in the environment with consideration of our clothing and activities. Thermal comfort, on the other hand, is about how we feel or perceive our thermal conditions. So we also need to consider preferences, sensation, and thermal history. One thing to point out is that people can feel comfortable even in conditions where they are at risk of overheating. So for example, what we know is that older people are generally less sensitive to heat. So there could be situations where they're overheated, but they don't feel that way. And last but not least, heat strain is how our body is our body's direct physiological response to heat stress. So for example, we may experience elevated core temperature or sweating, which could be influenced by age, health, acclimatization, or our own body composition. Next slide, please. So I know this figure shown here could be a little bit overwhelming, and we're not going to talk about individual metrics today. But what I wanted to highlight here is that there are different metrics for different purposes and different levels of comprehensiveness. So when we're selecting metrics, we need to balance the comprehensiveness of the metrics with the practicality of application. So some metrics might be easy to output in simulation, but they're hard to obtain measurements in practice. And more comprehensive metrics generally require more assumptions. And our colleagues in public health generally prefer simpler metrics. And the reason for that is because it's easier for public consumption. And when we're conducting analysis, we can also consider using multiple metrics, so we can choose metrics that suits our analysis needs. Next slide, please. And when we're selecting metrics for overheating analysis, we also need to think about what thresholds to use. And one of the key considerations when selecting thresholds is understanding their applicability and limitations, which relates to how these thresholds are actually determined. So we can see from the table here, there are different methods to determine thresholds, and they all have different strengths and limitations, which is something very important to keep in mind of. For example, climate chamber studies are highly regarded since they can potentially directly connect overheating thermal conditions with health impact. And researchers generally have control over their experimental variables. However, they are quite expensive and time-consuming to conduct, which limits the sample size and the ability to, or our ability to generalize the findings. And in addition to that, there's also ethical considerations that we need to factor into the experimental design. Studies of mortality and morbidity is a popular technique in determining threshold as well. Essentially, researchers look at excess death rates or hospitalization data and try to associate them with environmental factors that cause those impact. It's relatively inexpensive to conduct, but it's very difficult to get quality data, especially in places where the health professionals actually don't have a lot of experience in identifying health injuries. There's also generally a lack of insight on the indoor conditions during heat events. So researchers usually use outdoor weather conditions as a proxy for their estimation. Field studies are often used in thermal comfort studies or perceived heat strain. It allows us to have a larger sample size, but they could also be time consuming to conduct, especially with regards to recruiting participants and setting up instruments on site. And there's also generally less control over environmental factors when compared to climate chamber studies. And last but not least, heat balance calculations are used to determine environmental conditions that may lead to negative health impacts. So for example, some researchers try to determine conditions that could the core temperature beyond a certain level. But this technique generally requires a lot of assumptions about the person, and we also generally need validation with experimental data. Next slide, please. Another dimension that's important in overheating evaluation is exposure. So how much time we're exposed to harmful conditions. So even at relatively low average air temperatures, if the exposure to that condition spans over multiple days, there's still increased health risks and this is based on mortality studies that looked at heat and cardiovascular related mortality. So both time and the level of heat stress are important when we're considering exposure, and they can be considered with time integrated metrics such as degree hours or the hours of exceedance. Next slide, please. So in Canada, a temperature limit that is endorsed by our health expert is a 26-degree dry bulb temperature at 45% relative humidity. So I'm not a health expert myself, so I can't comment on whether or not this would be applicable to different countries. But I do want to highlight the logic behind how this is supported by our existing scientific evidence. So this threshold is determined based on a study of older adults with no prior health conditions. It focuses on reducing cardiovascular strain, which is determined to be one of the leading causes in heat-related mortality. And it's developed using climate chamber experiments. So the 26-degree limit is determined not to induce strain even under prolonged exposure. So in this case, the experiments were ran for about 8 hours. There are some limitations with this threshold. So for example, the participants that are recruited for the study are local, so they're recruited from the Ottawa region. It also doesn't consider the impact of different environmental factors that might be affecting heat stress. So that includes humidity, airflow, and radiant heat load. So these are not considered, and it should be considered in future studies. Next slide, please. Thank you. So to conclude this presentation, I wanted to talk about different challenges with incorporating requirements to manage overheating in building codes. So when we're selecting for metrics, we need to balance between our needs for comprehensive analysis with the practicalities of implementation. When we're selecting thresholds, we need to understand how these limits are being determined and whether or not it's applicable to our application and representative of the population that we're analyzing for. Exposure consideration is important, but our understanding is still quite limited, especially for multi-day exposure, which requires more research. For simulation requirements, we need to consider whether the requirements would be feasible to implement. So in Canada, hourly and sub-hourly simulation is not something common for code application, but will be needed for overheating analysis under the performance path. And likewise, more detailed zoning would also be needed. We also need to determine practical prescriptive requirements, such as strategies to limit solar heat gain and maximizing the opportunities for natural ventilation. And last but not least, we recognize that the building code and regulation is only part of the solution, and we need to leverage other policy mechanisms such as incentive programs, information sharing, research and development initiatives to prepare people to manage the overheating. And for more details and inspiration, I recommend reading the IEA EBC Annex 80. They published a policy recommendation that has a lot of good ideas. And next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for having me.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Avik, and thank you also for staying up really late to bring us your insights and your information. I really appreciate it. If you're able to stay online for the discussion, that would be great. If not, I completely understand because it's so late for you.
No problem. I'll be here. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So the way that we're organizing each of these panels is we're going to first have the presentations and then we'll have a discussion chunk, which will allow us to kind of regulate the time a little bit better so that people who are tuning in from afar are better able to target the sessions that they want or that they need to be on because they're presenting. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ellen Franconi, who is also online, I believe. Ellen, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. So love to turn it over to you.
Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm here from Boulder, Colorado. And I'll be talking about how one might approach an impact assessment of a climate resilient energy code. Next slide, please. So the approach stems from a study that was done. The final report was published last year. And that work, it was a tri-lab collaboration with PNNL, NREL, and LBNL. And it was funded by US DOE, the Building Energy Codes program. And the purpose was to expand your traditional energy efficiency cost effectiveness assessment to include resilience considerations. And as part of that, we were to develop a standardized methodology and quantify the benefits using metrics as we went through the process. And the application is you can evaluate, make comparisons between different measures that might go in a code, evaluate it either through a decision matrix or even possibly taking it all the way to a net present value calculation. Next slide. Oh, and I did want to add, you can refer to the final report. I have a pretty dense slide set and I'm going to keep it pretty high level, but anyway, you can go click through a couple more on these. It's animated. One more, that's good. Okay, so you can go back. So the scope, pretty much, we looked at 5 locations. We looked at single family, multifamily buildings. We had 3 different conditions. One was a base condition, a historic code or current existing. Then we went to current code and then beyond code. And we looked at different metrics and we were just trying to assess the impact of these different improvements as it related to energy and efficiency. Next slide. Okay, so this slide shows our general workflow. We started out by doing a hazard risk assessment, and that included developing representative extreme heat and cold weather data files for the locations of interest. We did an exposure analysis, and that involved building simulation analysis, again, to determine energy use, but also with a lot of focus on indoor conditions, comfort conditions. We then related those comfort conditions to damage to the occupants and to ideally to property. And then we could take that damage and ideally monetize it and take it into your traditional economic analysis, net present value calculation. Next slide. And this is an example of some of the metrics that we looked at in the study. The first group is what we refer to as thermal resilience metrics. There was an effective temperature set, a set degree hours where it looked at it above a threshold, for example, 86 degrees for heating or below 54 degrees Fahrenheit for cooling, to give us a sense of the days of safety for how long you could shelter in place. For a damage metric, we just focus on excess deaths, excess mortality. You could bring in health, you could bring in property damage, and then took it into an economic analysis. We did include societal value of greenhouse gas emissions and the losses associated with excess deaths. Next slide. So this shows an example of a benefit cost ratio that we did. So this is for new single family buildings. The base case is this historic code, so IECC residential 2006. The purple case is the y-axis is the benefit cost ratio. So number of benefit dollars out for every dollar you put in. Purple is bringing historic code to current code, and then the green is bringing it to something that's close to like a passive house industry's US standard. And you can see they're all greater than 1, so they all make sense. So that's one way to look at it. Next slide, please. So this gets back to our workflow and everything that went into the benefit cost ratio and trying to monetize things. Well, and we're in new territory here, and we did the best we could. I mean, we kind of identified a workflow. Ideally, if we had this information, what we would do with it. But some of the information, we were really taking something intended for some other purpose and applying it to our application. So you can see these little green, yellow, orange to indicate how confident we felt in the approach, and not everything we felt confident in. We couldn't complete the property exposure, the damage, for example, at all, and that's related work. Next slide. But we did, within our metrics, besides trying to do a benefit cost ratio, they're still super helpful because you can compare them individually. You can also take a handful of them or work with a stakeholder jurisdiction to see what's important to them, get the values, you can assign weights, normalize them, and come up with some weighting. So you see this beyond code case has a higher value than the current code case. And so that's what this group would choose based on these values and the weighting factors. Next slide. Okay, so that's our general methodology. Again, we were just trying to quantify the value. We weren't exactly applying it to a code itself. But yet we can take these methods and help us inform the development of a climate resilient energy code and even encourage its adoption. So looking at this in 3 different ways, one about risk, identifying risk, which could encourage someone to be interested in such a code. And the other is to do this comparative analysis between components that might get added to the code. And then some high level thing to motivate people to show that, oh yeah, going with this code does have its benefits and we do want to do it. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what this is, it shows the possibility of extreme event risk. So this is Atlanta, and it's a heat wave analysis. And these, it's daily average temperature on the y-axis, and it's the duration of this identified representative event on the x-axis. So in the circle size is the intensity of the event, which is a function of both of those. So the point here is the green circles, that's for one historic time period. That's from 2014 to 2023 data. And we did apply this OZO method, which I think you are all familiar with, to identify extreme heat events. Those are green circles. But then we looked at some data for the RCP 8.5 scenario for Atlanta and saw what those look like. And again, just doing a comparative analysis like this gives some idea. We kind of know what we've seen. This is what could happen. And it might get people to say, yeah, buildings being built now, we really have to take this into account if we want them to be resilient moving forward. Next slide. Another data source that we worked with is from Gasparini. So he and his colleagues published curves that look like the one there on the right, and it shows mortality as a function of daily average outdoor air temperature. And these are published for over 300 global locations. And what's interesting about them is you can do a simulation, you can find out what's going on inside a building, but you really don't know how it affects the occupants. And although this data set was built from outdoor data, we did it to find a differential, and we just hoped if any bias was introduced by that, it'd be subtracted out. So that was one thing we used it in analysis, but next slide. It's okay. Also, it's just kind of interesting to see, we then also did these frequencies of occurrence of these temperatures for 15 years. One is historic on the bottom, on the top is these projections, just to get a sense for not only is it going to be hotter, but what does that mean in terms of the population's vulnerability to it? And so trying to bridge the two together makes that relationship. Next slide. Okay, not going to really go into this, not too much time here, but basically you can look at these graphs, you see these bands of color and show how measures can be affected and improve comfort over time, but also the ability to shelter in place. Next slide. And then this is a chart you might see. We often publish these around model energy code to demonstrate that over time, these codes have reduced energy use. So the y-axis is generally energy. It's normalized. And from some historic code to current code, you see how we're doing. And so instead of doing an energy, this is actually a shelter in place related index, that set degree hour index. So you can see historically over time for a given location, to given climate zone, what that looks like. And then if you drop from current code down to this passive house equivalent, this more robust passive condition, what does that do for you? And you see a really big drop, which means it's getting better. Next slide. So just to summarize, I mean, I showed you a lot of things, a lot of information, but the general approach one would take is, if you were going to establish a climate resilient energy code, the first thing you have to think about is, what are your resilience metrics? What's the criteria? What are the target values? And that's, an interesting problem in itself to try to figure out. But I think the more we do this, the more we understand what that could look like. And the next is like, what's your strategy? What are you going to consider? You could just look at passive measures. You're thinking about power outages, or maybe you want to also include critical loads. You want to have some sort of backup power. Renewable energy could be part of that solution, minimizing loads, improving equipment efficiency. So you kind of have to figure out what your scope is. And then you're going to do this impact assessment using those methods I described, the different metrics, using simulation, bringing in other data to give a sense of what is the damage that's done, possibly monetizing it, and then comparing these metrics. Then you're going to establish your efficiency measures. You're going to do more modeling, and from that you can get a sense for what are the energy end uses during extreme heat and cold, for example, and then given some sort of critical load you're trying to meet, what those load shapes look like, and that can help inform the sizing of your backup systems. Okay, so next slide. So that's it. It's a lot of information. You can find that report I mentioned at that Energy Codes website on the bottom of the page. Also, there's a couple of papers that might be more approachable than that report. And if you email me, I'm happy to send you those links.
Thank you so much, Ellen. It was really great information, and I'm sure we'll have, if you're able to stay on and recognize, just like with Eric, that it's late for you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you said you were able to stay on?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Okay. So basically, we've heard from Eric on an assessment of the criteria that different countries may use, and what they may mean. We heard from Ellen how, a case study of applying those criteria to real world data as it relates to building energy codes. And now we're going to hear from Paul Roosevelt on a case study in the UK, which has already adopted a code for resilience to overheating that measures into their existing codes. So with that, I'll like to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Meredith. Before I start, I'd just like to say that I'm not an expert in this particular building regulation, as we call them, rather than codes in the UK. And I've had some input from a colleague who's given me her presentation, so I'm going to use that. I've also got quite a lot of slides, so I'm going to go through them relatively quickly, and they'll be there for people to look at afterwards. So this building regulation, which is called Part O for overheating, and that's pure coincidence and no more, has been in place for about 2 years now. It applies to new homes, including things like care homes, boarding schools, and student accommodation, and it's designed to try to assess overheating risk. There are two ways that you can comply. A simplified method, which is perhaps quicker and easier, but much more prescriptive, and relates to the amount of glazing area and so forth, and a dynamic method, which allows you to bring dynamic simulation modeling in to assess the overheating risk. And that's based on a SIBSE Technical Memorandum 59, which I am a little bit more familiar with, so I can tell you more about that. One of the key issues with this regulation is that it's not standalone. It is designed to be integrated with other regulations that exist, and particularly ones that relate to acoustics. So acoustics is an important factor here because obviously if you're relying on things like opening windows, you've got to look at the external noise environment as well, and it's a significant constraint. But we also have building security, particularly in relation to windows on ground floors. If you're wanting to try and leave windows open at night in order to have nighttime ventilation, you have a security risk. And in taller buildings, we have the risk of falling from windows. So the protection against falling is also built into this regulation. So to start with a simplified method, the first thing to say is it's not simple, it's simplified. And complying with this is actually more onerous in some ways, because if you're developing an estate of homes, for instance, some 500 homes, then you have to assess all of them rather than just a sample. And that's a significant component in the process. It's also the main issue is related to the size of the windows, as I've already said, and the size of the free area for ventilation. So it puts a lot of onus on the design of the fabric of the building. The location will impact on the requirements that you have, as well as the potential for cross ventilation, having windows on both sides of the property. So various factors are brought into the simplified method. It is relatively easy to follow, and there's a simple flowchart that you go through that allows you to look at the areas of windows and opening areas. But you will need some quite detailed measurement information about the windows themselves on a floor-by-floor basis for all of the properties that you're looking at. You need to take shading into account, and in London, shading of some sort is mandatory as part of the regulations. And if you're going to ask me why London, I'm not going to be able to tell you, because it's one of those things that I found in the presentation I've yet to question myself. And all of the resources in order to comply with the simplified method are available in something called the Future Homes Hub, which has extensive guidance on the application of this process. Moving swiftly on to the dynamic process, which uses a dynamic simulation model, and that can be pretty much any model, so long as it complies with the process that's included in Technical Memorandum 59, which is issued by the Chartered Institute of Building Services Engineers in the UK. And there are two criteria. They both relate to the hours of temperature above 26 degrees, and there is a number of hours that you're not allowed to exceed. And in bedrooms, that's you're not allowed more than 1% of the occupied hours above 26 degrees. And in other rooms, you're not allowed more than 3% of the occupied hours above 26 degrees. So those are the two criteria that we're essentially trying to assess to. And each space has to be evaluated using the dynamic simulation model. The one advantage with the dynamic simulation model is that you don't have to model every single unit. You can model sample units, but they have to be representative of the different types of units that are in the overall development. More information on this and lots of resources are available from the Good Homes Alliance, which is mentioned at the bottom there. Weather data was mentioned earlier on, and the Symposium issue a particular weather data set against which this method is assessed, and that's available for different regions of the UK. It's a 2020 high emissions scenario, so it takes an extreme view of current weather, but it doesn't look at future weather patterns, which is perhaps one of the shortfalls that might be laid against this. You can bring into the dynamic process things like ceiling fans, external shading devices, and of course mechanical cooling and ventilation. Sorry, and I forgot to mention at the bottom, you're not allowed to take account of curtains and blinds, so the sort of internal measures that might exist as a result of the occupants, because they could easily be taken away and or not used. The reporting requirements for the simplified method is a simple set of checklist results. But for the detailed method, the modeler has to produce a more detailed report, which looks at any areas that might have failed and presents the mechanisms that are going to be used to address those failures and bring them into line with the code. Just very quickly looking at the timeline of how this is applied in practice. Before the project starts, ideally, practitioners are beginning to build up a set of standard homes, build up a library of preferred solutions. And once you start to select the site, then immediately you need to think about things like acoustics, and you probably need advice from experts on that. When you get to the early planning stages, you need to start looking at testing a sample for compliance to see if you're in the right ballpark in terms of the design of the property. And you need to think about that in the context of the other parts of the regulations, acoustics, security, and so forth. As you move through to the detailed design development, it's very important to engage with the building control authorities, who also are just getting to grips with this regulation as well. So, you know, you might find you're in the situation of the blind leading the blind a little bit here until it beds down properly. But it's very important to engage with them at that stage, right through to the point where you actually make the submission. And then once it's on site, of course, things don't always get built exactly as we design them. So it's important to monitor any changes that happen and reassess things right up to the final submission. And at the end of the day, there's a requirement to produce a home user guide so that the occupant of the house understands what measures have been put in place in order to try to minimize overheating risks. On the question of which one should you use, the simplified method or the dynamic modeling method, it's a little bit horses for courses. If you have a very straightforward set of projects, a standard detached house, for instance, where you've got lots of opportunities for cross ventilation, then the simplified method may be appropriate. If you've got a much more challenging situation, such as a studio apartment or single-sided ventilation, then you may want to go for the dynamic simulation method to see if you can find a way to do it, achieve the requirements with a minimum amount of intervention. As I mentioned, there's lots of resources available being made by the Symposium and also the Good Homes Alliance and this Future Home Hub, which has a lot of the information. Very quick thank you to Susie and Claire, who put together most of these slides, and they've been going around the country giving these presentations and bringing architects and engineers up to speed. So I'm not going to have much chance to go through this next set of slides, so I'm just going to give you the headlines. I spoke to a firm of engineers, Hall Lee, who do a lot of this assessment work now, and asked them a number of questions. And the responses that are included in the slide deck are the responses from 3 of their engineers. Now, they don't necessarily reflect the views of Hall Lee, but I think they do give some useful insights. So I asked them, does it take any more time to do Part O calculations? Well, obviously it does, but they were saying that particularly the interactions with acoustics and safety and so forth took more time. They also felt it took a lot more time on the interaction with the architects who were involved, and a lot of toing and froing to make sure the issues of window design, window opening were properly connected between the 2 practices. Is it difficult to find the additional data? Yes, it can be. Increasingly, there are particular products that are being brought into play to address these issues now, and often the characteristics of those products are not well known yet. So there were particular issues raised there. Does it require more data than, say, for instance, Part L, which is our thermal regulations? Again, they mostly said that it did require more data and it was more difficult to get hold of. I asked them what was the most challenging part of it, and they felt that achieving compliance with just natural ventilation alone in most circumstances was quite challenging, and that this was one of the reasons why many of them were using the dynamic simulation approach to try and understand exactly what was going on. I asked them about contractors and whether they were beginning to accept this or whether there was a resistance. And it was quite interesting to say, on the whole, contractors had accepted this and were in many ways welcoming it. And I didn't ask them the reason for this, but I kind of speculated that what it might be is the fact that this is another risk factor could build potentially into building insurance in the future in the same way that other defects in buildings might, which is a slight contrast to the energy regulations where the heating bill is less, the energy bill is less well seen as a risk factor. I asked them if what was required what extra measures were needed to achieve compliance. And acoustics came out as a really big one. In urban centres, complying with this, with opening windows, was proving to be very difficult indeed. What were the most difficult types of buildings? Well, studio flats, single aspect flats were very difficult to gain compliance on. Were there situations where mechanical cooling was the only option? Yes, many, basically. And any other observations? They had a whole long list. I put a few on this slide, but essentially what they felt was that whilst the regulation was important and valuable, it does increase the complexity of the compliance with regulations in general, and therefore required additional time and effort in order to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That was amazing. That was a tour de force getting through all of those, but I also found the questions that you asked the practitioners really insightful. I mean, that looks like the start of a really interesting study, what you've done, actually.
Yeah, I have all of the responses separately,
Nice.
so if we're
Nice.
interested.
So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Matt Santamores, who will talk about new technologies and in particular cool roofs as an option. So looking at this one from a technology perspective.
Thank you so much. My presentation has to do with the impact of, let's say, urban climate, urban overheating on, let's say, the energy consumption and the environmental quality of buildings. Why urban overheating? Because actually in the developed countries, almost 80% of the population is living in cities. And we expect for the rest of the world by 2030, that about 67% of the world will live in cities. So the impact of urban overheating is really very important on the energy consumption and the environmental quality. What is the main, let's say, impact? First, it increases energy consumption for cooling. We know this. But something which is really not so well understood is that it increases tremendously the peak electricity demand because it obliges utilities to build additional power plant which operates just for a few, let's say, days or weeks per year. And this increases tremendously the energy consumption. No, I'm sorry, the cost of electricity. And of course, this cost is transferred, of course, to, let's say, the clients. On the other hand, it decreases very much the, let's say, efficiency of the power plants, which is the energy, let's say, increase because of the overheating. In average in the world, it's something close to 240 kilowatt hours per square meter. 240 kilowatt hours per person. But in many places, it's much higher. In some other places, it's much lower. So there's a very important impact. Another important issue has to do with outdoor and indoor pollution. And we don't have to forget the problem of environmental quality and indoor pollution caused by the overheating. But when we really were discussing about, let's say, the impact of overheating on health, we have a very serious increase of, let's say, heat-related mortality, it's already mentioned. But in my opinion, this is not a good metric really to, let's say, achieve the proper health protection, because it's not only mortality. Mortality is really the extreme. We have many other health problems like morbidity. Morbidity is completely different than mortality. You cannot look at it the same way. For example, many people, they like very much really to include issues of mortality in quotes because there is a linear equation between temperature and mortality. But there are two issues here. But this is the extreme. And the other thing is that we cannot really consider such a relation for the whole city. For example, for most of the American cities, there are differences up to 200, 260% between the low-income regions and the high-income regions. So you cannot consider that this is the same for everyone. On the other hand, for health, don't forget that we have very important issues related, to, let's say, mental health. We can't forget this, and this really is very much associated with, let's say, the problem of overheating. Problem of, let's say, productivity. It's extremely important, and now we have data that we can be evaluated. So we know, and I presented this morning, in my presentation, but we have really actually very concrete numbers that can evaluate the impact of urban climate on, let's say, the energy and environmental quality of buildings. What's about the future? We expect an increase of the nighttime temperature between 3 to 5 degrees. By the way, I have to tell you that most of the global climatic models that really are published do not take into account the urban climate. They run without considering the cities. And this is a big mistake. When we consider the cities, the climatic data are completely different. There are a lot of works recently where they consider the climate of cities. So we expect an increase of the temperature by night, 3 to 5 degrees, and an increase of the temperature during the day, 1 to 2 degrees. This is important. Why it is important? Because we will need, to decrease temperature during the night. During the night, we don't have photovoltaics. Usually, we don't have renewables. So in this case, perhaps utilities, they have to run in parallel two systems. This increased tremendously let's say, the cost of electricity. And of course, the tremendous increase of the temperature that we expect in cities, combined with the overpopulation, the increase of the space we're using, and many other parameters, skyrockets the energy consumption for cooling. All the existing, let's say, forecast shows that if we take into account the cold world, we may have an increase between, let's say, 1,000 to 2,000%. Just a recent study from Berkeley Laboratory showing that just one, let's say, Indian city, Mumbai, may have a higher energy consumption than the whole United States for cooling by 2050. But also, even if we have, let's say, the proper electricity, even when we don't have the problem of the grids, even if we don't have the problem, of additional cost for electricity, we have a social problem, especially developing countries. Recent studies that have really associated the penetration of air conditioning as a functional figure. You see that those that they benefit from air conditioning is the high-income population. For the low-income population, there is no air conditioning. And according to the studies, by 2050, we expect to have about 2 to 3 billion people living in very high temperatures all around the world, not so much in the developed countries, and without air conditioning. So this is something that has to be considered. But it's not just that. Even if really in developing countries, we consider that there are, let's say, the investments, and we have enough electricity, we have to think what really is the cost. Take the example of India between 2023 and 2024. Extreme, let's say, heat waves. The frequency of heat waves in Southeast Asia the last year has increased by a factor of 30, not 30%. So see what's happened with the big electricity demand in India. 15% per year. There is no country that can afford to have 15% per year increase of the power load. The cost is tremendous. So as a result, in India now, they have electricity for 3 to 5 hours per day. So when we really will consider new codes, we have to think in an holistic way. We have to consider the impact on, let's say, the utilities, the impact on the grids, the impact on health, many impacts. These are the bad news. The good news is that during the very last years, we have very important developments trying really to decrease the temperature of cities. I'd like to refer just to some very recent developments, the development of super cool materials, materials that present a very high reflectancy, but at the same time, let's say, emit the radiation directly to space. And these materials, which are also developed in Australia and tested, under the desert conditions of, let's say, here in Australia, present during the day up to 5 or 6 degrees lower surface temperature than the ambient one. It's a natural air conditioning. And during the day, 15 to 20 degrees. So these materials, let's say, combined with some, let's say, new fluorescent materials, in order really to have color and to avoid the problem of supercooling during the winter, many, let's say, offer us, and we have these materials, color supercool materials, which tested really under the Australian desert, present exactly the same temperature, a red material, as a white supercool material. And the most important is that these materials, these are, let's say, experimental results, present 4 degrees lower surface temperature, the red materials, than the white conventional materials. So we have materials to decrease the temperatures now in the urban environment. We have implemented these materials in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, where we're responsible for the whole mitigation. And we have achieved to decrease the peak temperature up to 4.5 degrees and decrease the energy consumption between 17 to 35 degrees in the center of the city. So there is potential really for decrease of the energy consumption. In another study that we performed for the ministry, we found that it is possible really for the city, the use of these materials to decrease the energy consumption between 30 to 40 or 50%. But the most important is that when these materials are applied, on the roof of low-income houses, and this is very important, we make the case we will have full experimental data from thousands of buildings all around the world, decrease the peak temperature by 10 degrees. Instead of having 40 degrees indoors, we may have 30 degrees. We save lives. And this is extremely important. So I'd like to conclude saying that, of course, we have developed important new technological tools, new technologies. We know how to have zero energy buildings. We know how to decrease the temperature in cities. But it's not enough. Of course, this has to be implemented in codes, tools, absolutely. But on the other hand, what really controls the penetration of the new technologies in the society is the market. And if we don't have monetized values of, let's say, the impact, we will never really succeed to have an important penetration. For example, for the urban overheating, which costs, let's say, about 500 billion American dollars per year, we have to monetize the impact. Those that they increase the temperature in cities, we have to pay. And those that they decrease the temperature in cities, they need to have the benefits. So we have to establish a new market. When this new market it is established, together with the specific codes and the new technologies, may help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really fascinating. And thinking about resilience from the perspective of, from multiple different perspectives, from the city perspective, from the perspective of a variety of different countries, and also how you can integrate technology even in a positive way. So we have about 20 minutes now until 3:50 Australian time for discussion, questions, and the like. In the agenda, we laid out a couple of discussion topics or themes, which we can use to thread through our discussion, but we're also open to other comments, questions. So the themes were challenges and competing requirements on integrating resilience. I'm sorry, is there? Yeah.
Well, they're about to come for the next session.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, we'll just proceed, assuming that they just have a mistake there, because we clearly have this room, I think, until.
No, the embodied session.
Oh, the embodied session. I see. Okay, yes. Well, they are definitely allowed in.
No, they're early. They're early.
Excuse me? Okay. So those competing challenges, thinking about novel approaches to addressing resilience. I would love to hear a little bit about Australia's new code and how that may compare and contrast with what the UK has done, what Canada is considering. And then also, what are our outstanding research questions in this area? I laid out a couple of thoughts on that. I'm really open, as I hope all of you are too. What are some of the key topics related to resilience and building energy codes that we need to be thinking through to take this topic forward? So with that, I'd like to open it up and folks make notes on who's raising their hand. And of course, if you're online, you're very welcome to raise your hand as well, whether you presented, you will present, or you're simply listening. Karen?
Yeah, it's not really a question, it's more some information what we did in Denmark, I think about 10, 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't use the word resilience, it kind of came later. But we had the problem that designers, when we had requirements for low energy building in our building code, they focused only on winter time. So they, in residential building and others, they put in big windows to get the free sunshine. And we experienced, or the owner experienced, that it was unbearable conditions during summer. So in the building codes, we included then requirements where they had to, at the design stage, had to calculate the room temperature on an hourly basis. And there was a reference to a kind of standardized calculation program. And they should, it was allowed 125 hours above 26 degrees. But of those, only 25 hours could be about 27. That was for offices, and everything was 1 degree higher for the residential. And the problem with this is you need some additional requirements, because if you have all the 125 hours within the same 3 or 4 weeks period, it is not really acceptable. So you need also some requirements saying what could the exceedance be on a weekly or a monthly basis.
Is that, how have you integrated that? Is that in the, is that research or is it in the asset house? Or is it?
No, this is in the Danish building code for buildings.
Interesting.
Not with limiting the percentage exceedance in weekly or monthly basis, but the other requirements have been for years.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I've got I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but I think one thing that struck me about all three presentations is the degree, and including your comment as well, when you had a support in that, but the degree of similarity on the approach, they're all different, but they actually, a lot of them use a similar approach in terms of like setting some kind of threshold, certain amount of time, and basically using that as a limit, as a way to constrain design in new buildings. I thought that was really interesting because I've recently worked with last 2 months with lots of the resilient agencies. They don't work in the building energy code, don't understand it. The planning agencies, they don't work in the energy code of the building code and don't understand it. But they're the ones trying to implement these kind of requirements. And I think one thing that's stressed a lot is they need really simple criteria that local governments that don't have a lot of resources can actually implement. And I think maybe just this might be a comment to you, Millie, but I think some of the work that you're going to be leading and with a lot of us participating, I think maybe a focus on what are some of the simple, practical metrics, really simply explain. It's always lots of complexity, understandable, but like simply explain what the approach is in different places in a way that people who are not experts in the space can really digest and listen at a superficial level. I found the presentations really good.
Melly, would you be okay if I invite Eric and also Ellen, because I feel like her presentation also spoke on this as well. So I see you're both still online, and if you would like to comment on Carlos's remarks. How to make it practical. Eric, I see you. Yeah, go please.
Yeah, I think it's a great comment. It's something we're still trying to figure out in our 2025 code revision. So right now,
Eric, could you pull on just one some interference and we're trying to fix it?
Yep, no problem.
Yeah. Maybe just a little bit. Okay, if we can mute ourselves. Yeah, please go ahead. We figured it out.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, there's still some interference. If anybody online is unmuted, please mute yourself. Turn somebody off through this thing. I think we may just have to roll with this. Because I'm not. Yeah. If someone else can come on. Yeah, Ellen, could you try to speak and we can tell if it's us or if it's something with Eric's connection?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Okay. So, Eric, can I just ask, because it is pretty severe interference that we're experiencing, can we come back to you in just another moment? And let me see if...
Yeah, hi everybody. I have a question for presenters, I suppose. In India, the GBPN has been helping set up guidelines for healthy affordable housing, which is related to thermal comfort mainly. The Bureau of Indian Standards have taken a white paper from the work and then asked us how, if they're practical guidelines, but they're interested to understand what the social cost benefit might be. So, for example, we heard from Matt earlier today about things to do with productivity, for example, and impact of chronic diseases and so on. So, they're interested in understanding what's the background health of the population that's in the affordable housing I noticed in the methodologies a number of cost benefit calculations going on, but is that these co-benefits also being at the moment, or is it sort of moving on?
The cost benefits are more mainly expressed that there are cost benefits if you reduce the exposure to high temperatures and so on. But it's not really a part of the regulations. The standard we make for thermal comfort is not really taking into account the effect on people's performance. So the 26-degree is a pretty good choice because it seems the performance is not very low, much lower at the 26-degree, like 25 or so. But if you go to 28, we can see it. And we have data today where you would be able to say, depending on the temperature, what would the decrease be in performance, both in schools and offices. But it's not taken into account yet. If you do that, any investment in improving the situation is paid back within 1 or 2 years. When you talk now about offices. But because in offices, when you look at offices at 1%, I think 1% change in productivity pays more or less the whole energy bill. Of course, it's different in residential. What is the performance in residential?
I mean, in India, the situation is a bit more complex, of course, because the affordable housing is typically being built to replace informal settlements. And informal settlements have lots of different sorts of flexibility that modern affordable housing doesn't. It allows for social cooking, for instance, whereas in a new modern affordable housing, you have cooking in every single apartment. So you have an internal heat gain in every. So the sort of cost-benefit analysis, I think, is probably one that's quite difficult to do. But we've done quite a bit of work on this affordable housing in India. There are some very significant problems with overheating.
I think we might have started with some of the work that you'd already done. But yeah, it's interesting because the idea is to be able to somehow monitor the overall health benefit of better thermal comfort for housing and track. Thanks.
Yeah, and I know in different, different climate zones, in addition to the fact that India, I believe in their code, their set points are quite different than in many other countries. But even the performance of air conditioners, if you say, okay, this is what the performance will be based on our experience, say, in Australia or the UK, that's not how it actually performs because it's so much hotter and so much more humid. So there's probably, there have been efforts recently to just better understand that. I know that also occurs in the United States where we have a wide range of climate zones. And so better understanding the actual performance of key equipment under different conditions is really important to ensuring that resilience. I wanted, Eric, thank you so much for waiting as we solved our technical issues. Could we ask you to come in now?
Sure. Can you hear me okay now?
Okay. We have tech support, so just give us a moment.
Okay. I'll keep my camera off in case that helps.
Maybe it's because it's so
I'm in the
late.
chat.
It's just important.
While we're waiting for that, one thought that occurs to me is that with an issue like this, it is, in order to make progress, you have to have practical, simplified methods. But when I look at what we're doing in the UK, it is very constrained. And it's affecting a very small amount of the population of buildings. It's affecting just new housing. We don't have anything that deals with the issue in existing housing. And it's not taking a much wider context into account. It's not looking at the urban heat island effect, for instance. It's just using. So I sometimes worry about how we can do the things we need to do because they go beyond the very constrained environment in which codes and regulations exist.
Yeah, no, really, really good point. I mean, the issues you raised as well about actually looking at potential future climate scenarios as opposed to historic, when we know the extremes are going to get worse.
Just to do people we're going to lose that video from another.
Okay.
I'm just wanting to shut this panel down.
So just for those online, you're going to lose the video for a second and then we'll come back. Wendy?
Yeah, just while we're waiting that, so Australia's sort of leading scientific thing in looking at housing and overheating risk for Darwin, which is our most tropical place. So a couple of things that we learned from that project in looking at what does overheating mean. So what threshold do we set for Darwin, for example? And I don't have exact figures, but it's roughly 29 degrees as a threshold for people who are acclimatised to living in a tropical climate.
Right.
But we found that we actually had to set different thresholds for nighttime and daytime use because you don't have the adaptive capacity to manage your thermal comfort when you're sleeping, and you also have much more insulation, like the bed that you're lying on or something. We also found that we had to assess the overheating risk of every room in the house, which is different to the energy assessment, which is based on the average thermal conditions of the house as a whole when you're doing the energy rating. But when people are living in a house and you want a health risk and a resilience and a survivability risk, you actually need to know every room of the house. So then we decided that the overall house rating would be based on the worst living room performance and on the performance of the main bedroom as overall, because the main bedroom is one that will always be occupied regardless of the size of the family in essence. But that occupants really need a disclosure of what is the performance or the overheating risk for every room of the house, so that you can decide, Granny's going to live with us, or I've got a newborn baby or something, and if they live in the southwest room or something, that's actually way too dangerous for them to live in. And then we in developing that model, which was based on Cyro's model that does all the thermal ratings for Australia anyway, we then applied that to over 1,500 houses that had been approved for building in Australia in 2021-22, and then simulated them for the current climate and the future climates. And all the houses that meet the energy requirements now will not meet the comfort or the overheating requirements by 2030 or 2050. So in essence, all the houses currently being built in Darwin will not have a survivability the people won't be able to stay in the houses during, well, not heat waves, but general increase in hot weather.
That's actually, I think, a really interesting comment.
Just get someone to try and talk.
Yes. Eric, could you try to talk with us again? And apologies that it's taking a bit.
Oh, no worries. Hello, can you hear me now?
No.
Hello.
It seems like it, as Paul mentioned, I think, or somebody mentioned, it seems like the system is going to sleep, and it's suggesting, but, okay, so we're still trying, Eric, and we'll come back to you shortly. It's virtually unintelligible, so I really apologize. We can also use chat in the meantime if you want to throw a comment in, and I'll read it out loud. Happy to do that. But one thing I wanted to suggest is we look at complexity and we look at cost and the like. The idea of different spaces in a residential building being more or less resilient is an interesting concept. Obviously, it makes the entire enterprise more complicated, right? But I also, from as many of you, have had personal experience with living in an extreme heat wave and with no power, right? And how do you manage? Well, we had our house has 2 stories, the basement as well. And I just decided to camp out on a non-residential space because I could sleep. It wasn't great, but it was survivable, say. 105 Fahrenheit or 104 Fahrenheit, during the day, and very, very high temperatures at night. Okay, I see Ellen has entered some things into the chat, and she mentions the importance of greenery. It's the importance of greenery and irrigation, as Max pointed out, and for investigating thermal resilience metrics and target values. The issues that I'm just literally reading Ellen's remarks, describe make it difficult to use prototype buildings to establish values, which I think it also implies that there's a need for some simplicity and standardization, but I'd be happy to hear your thoughts on that, Ellen. And Eric mentions one of the biggest challenges we're facing is trying to bridge practices between what researchers are familiar with, which is hourly or sub-hourly simulation, and what industry are capable of using. General demand is simple about this. That's not too different from what they're already comfortable with. So that contradiction between the need for specificity to provide resilience, or at least our research understanding of what resilience is, versus the practical reality of what one can implement in the real world. Yes, and please introduce yourself.
I'm Oscar. I work in residential buildings policy in Australia. I have a question for Paul. I was really interested about the things you were outlining about the UK's Part O regulations. And you highlighted lots of technical challenges and considerations for the industry and not pushback, but maybe there's engineers highlighting a lot of difficulties they have. Is there thinking around how the regulations can be refined in a further update, or is this considered successful with some things that people need to get used to? Interested in sort of how you're tackling the complexity.
Yeah. To be perfectly honest, I don't have enough awareness to answer the question sort of fully. But from the feedback that I obtained from this group of engineers who I asked about it, they felt there was a general acceptance that it was bedding in quite well. It did involve extra effort, there's no doubt about that. From the department's point of view, I did try to get a input from the relevant department, which is in the UK, it's the Department of Housing, Government and Local Communities, and unfortunately I wasn't able to obtain any input from them. But the regulator, and I suspect that the regulation probably won't be reviewed until we come to the next cycle, which is, well, it used to be 5 years, but they're more rapid now. But I think the fact that we now have engineers, building services engineers, working on the design of housing is a significant change in itself, because you wouldn't typically have building services engineers involved in any significant extent in the design of the standard housing, maybe large apartment buildings and so forth. It's clearly increasingly the case because of this particular requirement. So there has been a change.
Yeah, right. Cheers.
I mean, that sort of your answer to that raises a question of what's included in the cost benefit analysis. So my understanding of in Australia under our regulations, if the regulations might mean that there's a learning thing for the industry to take up the regulation. But in my understanding, our cost benefit analysis process considers that learning impost or cost is the same for a 10-year period, not that it might be high for the first 2 years and then as people get used to it. So there's no reduction in the cost of learning and the adaptation over time. So I think some of what we need to do is address what's allowed and not allowed in our cost benefit analysis or regulatory impact analysis process, that we're allowed to include some things, not allowed to include some things, make assumptions that cost to industry remain static instead of innovation curve adoption.
That view is changing through sensitivity analysis and through Treasury acceptance that on the subject of resilience, it goes beyond pure economics of how much it costs to build a house.
Is that in practice though, in policy implementation?
Well,
in Australia?
It's yet to be tested because the National Construction Code hasn't tried to address resilience.
I think this is a societal problem. It's not a National Construction Code specific problem. What needs to change is how we look at this as a society in economic analysis in general. And that goes to what you were saying, Peter, as well about social cost of carbon. That is starting to be taken into account in policies like the National Construction Code. And there are other things that maybe should be in the future too.
But I think, and Carlos, I know you're up. I think there's an important issue here, though, that in quite a few countries, the building energy code, if that's how it's being inserted, there are requirements regarding cost effectiveness, and that measures can't necessarily be considered if they're not cost effective. So what does that mean for resilience? You know, in terms of the metrics. But Carlos, sorry.
No, I have to say, I mean, just to respond to Wendy's comment, because I've been involved in 3 in the CDA for 3, cost benefit analysis for 3 up to some of the codes, and obviously Neil oversaw 2 of those as well. But the code in Australia has been becoming a lot more flexible to adding additional values beyond just like the cost of electricity and energy. The latest version that went after consultation a couple of months ago includes lots of things that go beyond energy, including the social cost of carbon, which already incorporates a lot of high-level global resilience cost. But I guess like the main thing, in responding to something that Peter said before, I think Ellen's presentation today was really interesting because it was a deep dive into trying to quantify what are the kind of things that a country, or at least in industrialized nations, it was focused on the US, what are the kind of things that you would try to quantify in an exercise like that, like, you know, mortality, impacts on health costs and things like that. Now, I'm actually curious without like piling on that resilience study, Nelly, but even a high-level overview of what are some of those things that have been quantified is really valuable. I mean, if we would have had a report like that, we would have used it in the cost-benefit analysis working group that I was in staff and others were part of in the last 12 months. And because it's novel and we haven't done it locally here, it's difficult to fight through those forums with new ideas. When you have a report where another country has done this, or an international body recommending for some things that haven't been quantified in the past to be quantified, it can make a huge difference in those ones, especially if it's public. So I think there's even a high-level coverage of that could be really valuable in a real policy sense.
Yeah. Nelly, do you want to respond? And yeah, Eric, feel free also to enter into the chat. Nelly, just before you jump in, I see Erica Kenna has asked a question. How important is thermal mass as part of the solution? Can you get good survivability without it? So I will turn to Melly, and then I'm going to guess that some of our online speakers might have answers to that question. And if so, could I ask you to respond in the chat, because we're still waiting for the AV Tech to come back with the resolution to our glitch. But if anybody else in the room wants to respond, that's fine as well.
Well, I just wanted to comment because it actually goes to the earlier Wendy, isn't it?
Yeah.
About your point about being holistic, and in the context of multi-hazard events, I think it's really important to understand that maybe not the entire thermal mass of a building, but certainly the fundamental structure of a building is going to be critical to the survivability of people who may be experiencing a flood, a cyclone, in conjunction with a heat wave, and their ability to be able to reoccupy a building immediately after the event, whereas many of our codes around the world today will treat the building as being redundant once the event has occurred. But in the context of multi-hazard events, we actually need buildings to be able to remain standing, to be inhabited again after those events.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole building
Correct.
needs to be that, but
No.
it could be, this is the safe zone. So we have, you know, in Queensland, you'll have your cyclone shelter, which might be your bathroom, for example, but it could be the same safe zone in a room that's your heat wave retreat, your fire retreat, your cyclone retreat.
Isn't that shift? You say like energy codes are energy codes and they're related to overheating falls into energy. And aspects that are more related to structure are shifted elsewhere. And I don't know how you can.
Well, that's why I was interested in this paper that was circulated with the agenda. So I can understand why overheating is linked specifically to the building energy codes. But there's the next section, which is climate resilience in codes, connections and challenges. So my point is important not just to treat overheating in isolation, but broader resilience, even though I can understand why it's being specifically linked to energy codes, because more energy efficient homes will improve the survivability of a person from extreme temperatures.
Yeah, and Ellen dropped in the chat, if there are large day to night temperature changes and good natural ventilation, it can help. But I think more broadly, this point is, speaking to the idea of, all right, what could make a building passively survivable under multiple conditions? And understanding exactly what kind of conditions a building that's been through a hurricane or other disaster may be in is probably a little too much to ask of simulation. But the concept that you can't simply solve it with air conditioning and mechanical measures, right, is probably an important component of this. So just stepping back and thinking about some of the first principles that we need to make sure we're not.
When it comes back to one of your earlier topics around performance, building performance.
Yep.
So if I referred to the definition of building resilience, the ability of a structure or a component to withstand unexpected events and minimise loss of functionality and recovery time without being damaged to an extent that is disproportionate to the intensity of the events. And that's to cover all kinds of extreme weather events, earthquake, seismic activity.
Yeah.
But perhaps we need to also rethink passive buildings. So we generally think they're non-mechanical things, but resilient at a building level could be, do they have PVs, do they have batteries, and not enough necessarily to run the whole house or the building, but to run the essential services. So that gets into energy codes or electrical codes as to how are switchboards wired. Can we have essential service, 2 or 3 essential service circuits, and then non-essential service circuits? What's the minimum required of PVs or batteries to run essential services for a period of time?
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely.
I've got a slightly unusual answer to the question about thermal mass. Is thermal mass important? Well, actually, in the case of the UK, if you take the simplified approach, it's not important at all because it doesn't come into the calculation. So that's why if you want thermal mass to count, you actually have to do the dynamic simulation method, because then you can bring it in and then you can look at the impact of changing the thermal mass property. So, and the other thing I'd point out is that the UK Part O is not part of an energy code, it's part of the building regulations. So it's not related to energy per se, and in fact, it involves a completely different analysis process, which is separate from the energy process.
Great. We have 1 minute to wrap up, and I'm just going to read 2 comments that Eric and Ellen put in the chat. And thank you, both of you, for your resilience in the face of this challenge, right? And it's wonderful that we have chat, we can communicate in multiple ways. But Eric writes, an important factor to consider is if it's able to cool down overnight, heat can potentially build up if nighttime cooling is limited. And Ellen writes, can you use your electric car battery, e.g. your vehicle, to your home? So just pulling a few threads of this as we wrap up, clearly there's a lot of interest in this topic of resilience. To me, the discussion today describes that we haven't solved the problem. We've had initial steps, whether they're Denmark's efforts 10 or 15 years ago, if I understood the timeline in terms of its first measures regarding overheating, efforts UK, Australia, Canada, others have taken more recently or planning in the near future. But understanding these metrics, understanding how we can best integrate them, understanding how we think about what resilience ultimately means and whether we're thinking about it from the perspective of the entire building, specific rooms in the building, or we're thinking about it from the perspective of the users, meaning not just the occupants, but the people who have to implement a building energy code. I think all of these perspectives are incredibly important and are ones that we need to sort through as we make buildings more resilient. And I'll take this to heart as we think about the topic the US may research and would welcome your feedback on that. With that, I think we're at time. We have a 20-minute break, which will hopefully allow us to reboot, literally, and get things working. Adam, for you. And after the break, Carlos has kindly agreed to come over and take over the moderation of the embodied carbon. Yeah, thank you so much.
There are some refreshments down in the
Yeah, well, thank you for coming.
So no, it's
Seeing you in Paris. Yeah, straight away. And maybe we ran into each other.
we've made corresponding.
Yeah. Fairly frequently, but I don't think we've actually. Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We're very great. I mean,
Exactly. One thing that occurred to me was that we need to be doing something places.
Yeah, and then if not, I can. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, am I in the way?
I need to get to the back of this.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Someone decided to lock it. You got a good eye? Yeah. 064, please. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Good. All right, catch you later. Okay. So this block here.
Hello. Okay. I'm so glad. there, then one where I am.
Always.
So do you know
I say the piano. Come on, man. Am I?
Yes.
Nine. ICC, you're working for ICC. What is ICC?
The International Code Council, they are American.
So you are now staying in the US?
No, I'm still in Australia.
Yeah.
I represent the ICC.
Yeah.
I want to stay here.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised when you said that it's the ICC.
So you are not working for this. So you are, are you working with, for which? I mean, Australian building energy code or this international?
I'm working the whole of the ICC, but in this region.
In this region?
Anyway.
Yeah,
But
I represent their interests in this region. But there are different subjects that they work on. And they've asked me to represent them now on energy.
these are my impressions. So I will make
Contact me as an old contact. It's more likely that I want to talk
Yeah. Are you specialized for safety?
Got to beat this power up, Tim.
Not for.
Look at this power. Well, nothing to do with power. So we get to the bottom of all this. Panic.
which includes international energy conservation.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're okay. The international green construction costs. So they're all broken.
Are you taking care of D, D,
Oh, yeah, they get it in.
Code, conservation code by ICC is being applied as a part of the evaluation of building proposals.
So you're not talking about the equities or LCAs, life cycle assessment.
Something like that, including life
Oh,
cycle.
you're talking lead.
Lead.
I thought you said read. Lead,
L-E-E-D.
Lead. Well, but lead's a creation of green building.
Not by ICC.
It wasn't created by ICC, but lead is a way of demonstrating compliance with the code. Yeah.
Other part of items.
Yeah.
Read.
Yeah. But yeah, the US Green Building Council owns lead. As the Green Building Council of Australia owns Green Star. Yeah. They're all the same, they're rating tools, they're ways of measuring compliance with the codes. Yeah.
Are you going to make a presentation?
No, I'm not, but I do want to talk about something on when we do embodied carbon. I want to say something about what we just released. Overnight, we released the Universal Data Protocol, which we're developing with Standards Australia to become a mechanism by which all
So it needs to have another two channels, but it's disappeared altogether.
it's a very big important issue
Yeah.
to get that reliable.
People
Yeah,
trustworthy.
transparent.
Yeah, transparent. So
Yeah.
we're developing this under the UN Transparency Protocol.
What
The UN Transparency Protocol.
UN transparency.
Yeah, so we're doing it under the umbrella of the Transparency Protocol. UN Transparency Protocol. Recommendation 49.
Recommendation 49. Is it published on the website?
Push them back in.
This is very hot issue.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, look like they've got some fault with it.
so I don't know.
So this is the right route for this embodied call, yes?
You're in the right spot.
Yes, so.
Yeah.
You want to go?
Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. Sorry, I didn't have that. Was a little
Yeah, alarm, yeah, something wrong.
Is that correct?
No.
So it's just a rule.
So it's just the voice of the old officer.
Oh, really? Oh, it's 10 past, is it? Yeah. 3:50 to 4:10. Okay. Hi. Sorry, the room's fine. And in any case, you'll be coming up. Yeah.
No, you're not looking, she's not about that.
I was in Karlsruhe, but I'm retired.
And you would go to come. Yeah, do that.
Yes, but I have still.
So if we can't get it going.
Represent those people for the next 3 years. But now I am retired, I'm still very active in international European standardization. And I'm a consultant of my National Ministry for Housing and Construction to explain always the needs to go next step for legal binding requirements. And for sure there is ongoing international collaboration. And so I really like to meet my colleagues.
My colleague, younger, building to something.
Yes, he was visiting me in Weimar.
Yeah.
I was explaining to him and his younger colleagues, there was a small lady in addition there in Weimar. Probably not as.
BB as well.
Maybe, yes. So we have had a discussion.
Not, maybe.
Maybe.
We're in the. I will, thank you. Yes. Oh, thank you.
For next year. It's not today to jump.
What was wrong?
Oh,
well, it seems like you do. You fixed it.
All good. I didn't do anything. All I did is a lock to the box. Still showing alarm here, right? Yeah. Come here, so you know how I did exactly the same? See how? What a different pattern taken before. Not doing it in. I don't know.
In this case,
Something, this is what I'm sorry.
Professor is in charge of
so, but you know, in the former times, I was in good contact with Mr. Mubarak. Yes. So,
Stop picking me out.
I feel like old samurai of sustainability.
Can I get you maybe just to speak to somebody online and get them to
Oh,
talk?
yeah. I can go out and talk to someone online. Oh, perfect.
Something like this. And it was SAP 2004, I think. Yes.
Hello? Oh, yes. Hello? Can you hear me? Yep.
All right. Yes, we fine.
Oh,
Yeah, all we can hear you. Maybe tomorrow, sorry. Thank you. Next year, then we will order.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Are you going to join us?
It works, yeah.
Just in time.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. That's great. That's so good. I liked your backup plan. That was a good idea. Oh, I had it ready to go. Yeah. Thank you so much, though.
EBS are inviting you to there.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
All right, see you around. You want to look?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You want to change, scramble or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, don't sorry so much.
As you've seen, it was software and I don't have access to the
Oh,
software.
yeah, no, that's fair enough.
So that's why I have to escalate.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you.
So if it happens again, just, if I'm not out there, just give me a call.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm hoping, touch wood, it doesn't happen again.
Yeah,
but-
perfect before that, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. No worries.
Thank you.
That's okay.
I was talking to Bill.
That's so good. I'm so relieved. Just in the nick of time, 2 minutes to spare. Crisis averted. So when we finish, we'll go to Melbourne Connect. Take everyone, escort everyone to Melbourne Connect. Yeah, so I think I figured it out.
Also, just like.
Oh, you're amazing. And I need to take this back to Oh, did she say so? Yeah, she just asked it. So
No.
remember that, and with the dongle. I need to know.
Oh,
yeah, true.
We
Should we try and pop the slides again? We should have muted ourselves for this, right?
I drove up under the protection.
Oh, yeah.
that's from my phone.
Or maybe ask this, so and therefore we are
Oh my
really
God.
to understand what
Why
they
did the lights go really down?
So it's just-
How can I change the camera?
I mean, you said, yeah. Those, like that. Did you have?
Wait, oh, it's because you're not sharing this.
So, but I can. Yeah, and once it starts, you receive. After you talk, you receive. Okay.
Felicity, this is Adam, just doing a quick check to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, that's great. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Great.
How are you? Good to see you again.
I think it's just presets when you press like, I want to do this. Like, you don't have
Yes, we're audible, yes, and online.
Okay, let's know. Right. How are you? When Suzanne's do you mind if I ICC and 2 days ago on the University of which is a
If I switch things here, Hey everybody, we're gonna start the second session. Thanks everybody for being here. It's really great to see so many illustrious, distinguished members of the academic community coming and talking about a lot of the really big challenges we have ahead on buildings and decarbonisation. I think the 2 sessions, main sessions we're covering today are particularly important sessions that have lots of momentum around the world, where there's a lot of really great work happening in the last 3, 4, 5 years, but also a lot of work that has to be happening in the next decade or 2 as well. So lots to learn, share, and move together as fast as we can as we try to decarbonize between the mid-2040s and 2050, the latest. We have lots of amazing speakers, and I'm going to stay too long here because we have lots of great content that we want to get into. We're going to start first with some of our colleagues in Australia, and with Suzanne Lavender from the Australian Capital Territory, the ACT, along with Stanford Harrison from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water here in the Australian government. And then we'll move along with our colleagues internationally. Suzanne, without further ado, I might just give you the spotlight.
I think, thanks, Carlos. I think Stanford was supposed to go first, but he is going to go after me now. Can I just skip to...
Stanford just arrived.
Oh, perfect.
Just in time, Stanford. Oh, really?
Do you want to talk to the global perspective first before we move to give a bit of a snapshot of what's been happening in Australia?
Yeah, absolutely. Right, okay. Oh, there's the clicker. Excellent. Okay.
I think you might need to do it on the computer.
Which one? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so just a little bit of an overview. The understanding of embodied carbon and how whole life carbon fits together is something which many people are familiar with, many people are not. I think it's still in a process of people building an understanding, particularly amongst the building professionals. There's a lot of interest at the moment, and you'll see this chart a few times, and I really want to acknowledge its creation as, in terms of the A1 to A5 categorisation, the B categorisation, C categorisation. And in particular, as was mentioned before, there's quite a bit of focus on what we can do in building codes, and the span of what can be done is picked up in different ways in different countries, but commonly it will include that, the production and construction, the A1 to A5. So just wanted to illustrate that. Whereas traditionally the building energy codes are focused on the operational energy use. So moving on, and this is just an illustration of the relative change in importance, why embodied carbon is becoming more important. And that's, again, just for our international audience, embodied carbon is the term we sort of settled on in Australia. So it's becoming more and more common as opposed to the other terms. And this is an illustration of the relative importance of the decline, as in Australia's situation, we've got a decarbonising grid, and so operational energy use in the built environment is really declining over time. And the relative importance of the construction code and the construction-related emissions is really growing and becoming more prominent. It's quite different in countries which already have a decarbonised grid, where it's already quite prominent, and it's one of the few occasions where we're learning things from our New Zealand cousins. So it's something which is really quite important for us to be focusing on. So the other thing that I wanted to flag in terms of, and we've talked about this a couple of times in this morning, some really good discussions in the DBI conference. Really to unpack it, there's a tendency particularly to focus upon the substitution of materials, low emissions materials, and that's a very important focus. It's not the only story. There's several other stories to be told in reducing the emissions associated with construction and embodied carbon. So, and this will be this is something which is coming out, as you will see, in quite a number of the talks that we're having, and also in terms of government policy, actually discriminating between the substitution of low carbon materials, better design, adaptive reuse, planning and procurement, the sort of requirements in that case, and of course fossil fuel-free construction, which is a wonderful innovation which I only came across quite recently. So on that, I'll hand over to Suzanne to talk about the particular experience with a lot of really exciting things being happening in Australia recently. Over to you.
Thanks. So I've been asked to give a quick snapshot of where we've got to in Australia in the context of our building code. So long story short, we're not quite as advanced as Denmark, but we're a bit more advanced than the UK. My slides are in this purple colour because I work in the Australian Capital Territory government. In Australia, we have a federal system. That means that for policy areas like buildings, we've got 9 relevant ministers. They come together and they will make decisions. So one minister for every regional, state or territory, and one federal minister as well. We've got a national building code that gets updated every 3 years. It already has an existing emissions reduction provision that sets minimum standards for energy efficiency. And in alternate revision cycles, it prioritises either residential or commercial buildings for an update. You can see on this map, the Australian Capital Territory is quite small. It does contain the capital city, and we have a minister who makes decisions about the National Building Code along with 8 ministerial peers. Recently, in June of this year, that ministerial council decided to put a voluntary pathway for measuring and reporting embodied carbon in the 2025 version of the building code. That, they said, is going to apply to commercial buildings, and they're also going to investigate how to integrate a minimum standard for the cycle after in 2028. So something that's important to note is that whilst the building code is national, it becomes a regulation only when the regional governments adopt it as a reference document inside their own legislative frameworks. So that means that in general, they can, if they wish to, make variations to the national code or to delay its adoption date. Because Australia is quite a small country by population, we do hear from industry sometimes that better alignment on standards across regions is important. And when we start talking about embodied carbon, we know that construction and property businesses operate across internal borders, and obviously their supply chains do as well. So when we do look at embodied carbon, we're moving beyond the energy efficiency supply chains. It's all going to get more complicated. We're looking at the emissions inside manufactured products and the construction process. So the whole supply chain is relevant. So it becomes even more important that NABERS has built us an agreed way of measuring, reporting and benchmarking embodied carbon. That's going to be so important for clarity and fairness. So there is a bit of a tension between political flexibility that does allow there to be regional variations in our building code and this desire for national consistency. But because we do have this tool now, and we have an industry consensus around it, it is now possible to consider what might this look like inside a building code, and use that to signal the parameters of the future to industry. So this voluntary pathway is going to allow compliance with parameters ahead of schedule, so that effectively this provision is going to act a bit like a model building code. This slide sort of is supposed to show a little bit how typically Australian building code provisions operate. And the things in the circles are really sort of key considerations that get looked at for performance provisions inside the code as they are. So firstly, you know, how will the provision operate in the context of existing provisions? For embodied carbon, obviously, the most relevant one is the energy efficiency provision. How do we differentiate it? How do we make it clear that we probably shouldn't allow there to be a trade-off with operational energy efficiency? Secondly, how do we define the target? What can we actually measure with any degree of certainty? We know because we have the buildings tool that now looks like A1 to A5 for us. What's the function of the provision? What do we want our buildings to be able to do? How do we define performance? How do we account for things like better design, materials efficiency, and selecting lower embodied carbon materials? And how are we going to verify the performance? What tools are worthy of referencing? And how do we integrate disclosure to help us track compliance? The other aspect of the perspective from Australia is sort of encapsulated by this graph that has been doing the rounds, and I think is going to be talked at the Energy Efficiency Summit tomorrow. It shows basically the size of the decarbonisation needed to meet our net zero targets. It's really big. That orange line down the bottom, that represents the electricity sector's decarbonisation trajectory. Our electricity sector in Australia is actually on track to get to 89% decarbonisation by 2035, which is pretty impressive. The light blue line, that shows our Climate Change Authority's decarbonisation trajectory. And that assumes that all of the Australian regions are going to meet their net zero targets. That's also pretty steep. It's going to be a really big job to get the building sector onto that kind of trajectory. That kind of trajectory is represented by the fat sort of yellow line or yellow zone in the middle. That shows a target range of about 60 to 75% decarbonisation. Those numbers are huge, but they are comparable to other economic sectors, and they reflect that we're starting from quite a low base. There's got to be a lot of low-hanging fruit out there. Less complicated building designs, recycling materials, not over-ordering new materials to site and then just having to send them all to landfill. These are all good examples of really low-hanging fruit. On top of that, we have a report that recently came out that looked at like-for-like material substitution. That found that there was an immediate 23% cost-neutral embodied carbon reduction available just with materials that already exist and are on the market now. Another interesting aspect in Australia is that the story arc of buildings has shifted a bit. So the policy story isn't just about operational efficiency anymore. This slide looks a bit like a board game. That's what the scoreboard of policy looks like now. The challenges, but also the opportunities, are bigger, and they connect with other policy priorities like housing and modern methods of construction. And that brings me to the final slide. We had to have one on housing. The housing sector's embodied emissions are too big to ignore, but the housing sector also interacts with the market and supply chains differently to large commercial buildings and indeed to infrastructure. That means that different policies might be much more effective for the housing sector. Things like design guidance, checklists, potentially those are far more important than performance standards.
One thing we do know is that we need to start building an embodied carbon disclosure into our residential building tool, just like we have for our commercial building tool. That hasn't happened yet, and I think that is holding us back. We have a sophisticated residential energy efficiency performance tool, integrating the embodied carbon data set that the Neighbours team have already developed into their software will give us meaningful data, and that's the starting point that we do need. That's fundamental. We do owe it to future generations to explore those links between embodied carbon and increased housing supply and innovation generally. That's the end of my slides, and I think, Meredith, you're talking next.
So before we go there, sorry, Neil said.
I might leave it, it might be better when we do the discussion.
When we do the panel?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
In that case.
That's a good segue though, because if anyone's got some very complicated questions on the building code, we do have Neil in the room, so.
We're shooting all those to Neil, amazing. Thanks so much, Suzanne. We're now going to go online with Adam Hinch from Sustainable Energy Partnerships. Adam, I actually don't know where in the world you are right now, usually in California, but you're a world traveler. Adam, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your slides as well. Feel free to go ahead.
Shall I just jump in then?
You mean to move the slides?
Very good. I wasn't sure if I'm ready to go. So I think, yeah, why don't we just go right on to the next slide? And I think really what we're working on here, Stanford and his team, particularly Dev and Mitch Tobin, have asked me to do some work looking at embodied whole of life mandatory policies around the world. And I think Stanford has already, and Suzanne have already done somewhat of an introduction, but as we were seeing lower operational energy use and carbon impacts from energy codes and a lot of other policy activities, there's increased awareness around the carbon emissions from other parts of the building life cycle. A lot of very, very quickly evolving new policy activity happening with European countries leading the way, particularly I would say Northern European countries, and Denmark is quite out in front, and the next presenter after me will get into more detail about that. So next slide, please. Stanford already showed this one, but I think really energy codes have traditionally focused on just the operational energy carbon, that the one that's in the darker other than the orange there. And the embodied policies are carbon policies are what we're trying to look at going forward with, as I said, a lot of activity. Melly said in the first session, we tend to focus on what we know best. I think for a lot of the energy code practitioners who may be in the room, the embodied carbon whole of life issues are a little bit newer. So I'm going to kind of start with just some background on a few of the boundaries and module issues. If we go to the next slide, this is adapted from some work, the Carbon Leadership Forum, which just trying to show the different definitions. And I guess I'll show the upfront carbon is the A modules, the kind of the products that are going in the construction process. Then when you talk about embodied carbon, that also gets into the use, the end of life, and the operational carbon. And whole life carbon really brings in the operational energy and the operational water use. If we go to the next slide, just some other terminology that you may hear sometimes is what we've got on the bottom here: cradle to gate, cradle to practical completion, cradle to grave, and then cradle to cradle. And the cradle to cradle, you're kind of going beyond the whole of life, but into circular economy, looking at the reuse, recycling, and recovery. I'm going through this kind of quickly because I think you'll see more of this as we go on. The next slide, if we could. Why do we care about embodied whole of life of carbon? This is from some work. It's adapted from the International Energy Agency's Tracking Clean Energy Progress, but both the energy demand by sector and the emissions by sector from 2022. And you can see down in the bottom right, in those two pie slices, the buildings, construction industry, and then separating out bricks and glass. This is a report that comes from the Global Alliance on Buildings Construction annual progress report. And you can see that there's around 10% of the total emissions around the world that are coming from buildings construction industry and bricks and glass. So that's a pretty significant number. We compare that, and I think this is what Stanford was showing earlier, that we've got about 27% of the total emissions that are coming from building operational energy use, both direct and indirect, the indirect mostly being from electricity consumption. But as the direct and indirect, the operational energy consumption and operational energy emissions are coming down from other policies, there's a lot more of a focus on the embodied. Next slide, if we could. I think you've already heard a little bit alluding to this in some of what Suzanne was just talking about. There's a range of different types of policies, kind of starting with reporting and declaration of whole life carbon for certain types of materials, concrete, steel, and those sorts of things. Then moving on to whole building life cycle assessment, calculation, and reporting, often with a subset of buildings, either certain building types or certain building sizes. We already heard that commercial buildings are kind of in advance of residential in Australia. And lots of times there'll be a larger building size threshold as the starting point, and then that shrinks. So you can kind of start to build the capacity on a smaller number of buildings impacted. And then the most stringent is setting limits or limit values for whole life carbon in a building. And that's where kind of the most emerging stuff is happening right now. And we'll hear the experience in Denmark in the next presentation. Next slide. So this is this map of Europe comes from a very recent document that the Building Performance Institute Europe had put out, how to establish whole life carbon targets. And you can see down here, there's a lot of activity happening in Northern Europe, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland. But there has also been some relatively early and advanced activity happening in both the Netherlands and in France, where in France there have been some whole life carbon limit values in force since 2022, and for certain building types in the Netherlands back as far as 2018. I think one of the pieces that's really relevant in thinking about the European context, some of you may be familiar with the European Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, or EPBD, and the European EPBD recast that just came out in April of this year has added whole of life carbon. By the end of 2025, the European Commission has been directed to adopt a framework for national calculation of life cycle global warming potential. By 2027, the different European member states have to come up with their own roadmaps for national activity, and then kind of being phased in by building size for new construction by 2028, that all new buildings over 1,000 square meters would need to calculate and disclose through their energy performance the total whole life carbon, and then all buildings have that in place with some national limit values by 2030. Next slide, please. This is just, next slide is a little bit of a timeline of what's happening, kind of 5 key economies that have been out front, as I was saying, Denmark, Finland, France, the Netherlands, and Sweden. This timeline came from, kind of looked at the adoption of a government strategy, and then the different types of policies that are coming into effect after that. Interestingly, since this report was published, Sweden has already kind of moved up their activities. They originally were planning to have kind of moving toward adopting limit values in 2027. They've now moved that back with that orange arrow that I've added here to mid 2025. So you can see all of these start with significant stakeholder consultation activities. In some cases, then a reporting obligation, but then most of them moving to some sort of limit values. The next slide, please. This is just a kind of a more advanced version of showing the timeline of existing and proposed carbon declaration and limit values integration. And I want to give kind of a credit and a hat tip to the next speaker, Maria from Denmark, who this comes from some work that she's been doing on harmonizing some of the Nordic countries' sustainable construction activities. But you can see how the different processes work. I think something that's important here is showing how in most cases, things will start with a test phase, getting at least 2 years of experience, and then after that, moving toward more widespread declarations and mandatory limits. So I will be showing on the last slide, I have web addresses for all of the different documents I've got sourced here, as well as if you need to get in touch with me, some contact information. Next slide. So this again is from a report that was about 2 years ago, and looked at just some really high-level summary information of some of the key features of different European policies. Based on some things we already talked about and what Stanford and Suzanne mentioned, you kind of see the middle row, building components, what's covered. And these vary quite a bit. I think that they differ. You can also see that the applicability is different sizes and types of buildings. What are the current limit values? Finland is under development. As I said in one of the earlier slides, Sweden originally had a target for having the limits to be developed by 2027. They've now moved that backward to back in time to 2025. Next slide. This again comes from some work that decarbonization of the Nordic building stock that Maria was involved with, but we kind of looked at what are some of the key steps to consider. And I think you'll see some of this is familiar from what I had of the timelines that we were showing earlier, but a lot of it, there's a period needed to build up confidence, getting different stakeholder involvement. And one thing I really want to stress is this number 3 here, ensure access to generic data and standard values. And in a lot of cases, some of the embodied whole of life carbon activity that has been done so far looks at kind of generic data for different building construction products. And there can be really wide variability in that. And I think, again, you'll hear some more about that, of how things have evolved some in Denmark and other places, but really moving toward having both some very useful generic data and standard values, but then an ability to look at what the actual performance is, where the data can be available. So these steps go on then to getting to establishing a suggested limit value pathway. I think kind of I wouldn't say the holy grail, but the real challenge that I don't know that anyone has completely sorted out yet is how to expand the regulation to renovations. The next slide is kind of, I guess there's 2 more coming that again here come from the Building Performance Institute, Building Performance Institute Europe, recent report on how to establish whole life carbon benchmarks. But they've kind of broken down a number of different design features. Basically, what do you need to get to whole life carbon disclosure requirements and limit values? What are compliance and governance regimes? And then other different activities. And again, I want to stress the importance of the data collection, data availability, this ability to statistically analyze data. And I think Maria will talk in a little while about how some of that has been really valuable as the way they phase things in. Next slide, again, is from the Building Performance Institute Europe report, but this is just kind of a slightly different way of looking at what I had in the creating regulations, key steps to consider that had come out of the Nordic work. This is really looking at a number of the different really critical pieces. What are your scenario assumptions? What are the reporting templates? What kind of metric are you going to use? Is it the total life cycle, per year over the course of over what period? Was the study period 50 years, 75 years? And then what life cycle modules are you going to choose to look at? A lot of these are really important and very critical decisions. And I think the earlier slides that I had on key steps to consider, the Nordic experience really, I think, has fleshed out in some more detail the amount of time that some of these things take, as well as what's the best order to go on with them. Next slide. I'm trying to go through this in a bunch to keep us on time. I've spoken with some of you about a forthcoming report that I've been commissioned to prepare for the Australian government for Stanford SHOP. We have the research underway right now. If there's something that is in development in your country and region, again, on a mandatory policy, please do get in touch. We're expecting to have a draft of the report for review sometime January next year. Will be distributed to the Building Energy Codes Working Group for contents and then hopefully published in Q2 next year. You can see a little bit of what we've got to cover. And in order to try to stay on time, we'll just move on to the next and last slide. This has, if any of you would like to be in touch and learn more about the project, my email contact information is here. And I realize it's a little bit fine print, but here are the links to the various documents I spoke about earlier. So, I went through it fairly quickly, but hopefully there'll be a little time. And even though it's a little late on my side over here in New York, I will plan to stay around for the panel discussion if people have any questions they want to get into.
Adam, that was fabulous. Thank you so much. It was a great review of lots of things that are going on in this space, and obviously we're going to circulate the slides, I think, after this event, because there's a lot of richness in those slides that we didn't necessarily have enough time to go through every row, Adam, but that was fantastic. Thank you so much. And I know that you're probably going to go to sleep now because it's a bit late on the east coast of the US if you're in New York right now, but we appreciate you staying back and so late today. And we're down to our last speaker before we go into our panel. We have Maria Balutsky. From Aalborg University in Denmark. Denmark's been mentioned 65 times already in this short session. So we are all super excited to hear.
I think you already know a lot about them by now, but I hope to give you some maybe deeper insights and some lessons we have learned over the last year since we have had this kind of introduction of mandatory whole life carbon requirements in our regulation. And we also have Harpa in the room, who is a veteran in Denmark, supporting all these activities that have taken shape over the last years. So, our current, so we have legal requirements in our regulation about whole life carbon since 2023. And this has been built over a long experience in Denmark, over 12 years of experience. This whole journey, let's say, started around 2012, where we had, let's say, the establishment of the Green Building Council in Denmark, and we decided to adopt a German sustainability assessment system, the DGNB, and adapt it to the Danish conditions. And in this sustainability assessment system, conducting an LCA was a requirement. So in a way, since 2012, we have started working more systematically on LCA. Then around 2014, the Danish government has started becoming more active, and we have the vision, the development of the vision for a voluntary sustainability class introduced into the building code. A very instrumental step into this history we have was also the launch of a freely available LCA tool, LCA book, which was instrumental in terms of increasing the experience with LCA in the sector in a cost-free way. And around 2020, the Danish government asked the industry, the Danish industry, to provide recommendations on how we could deal with whole life carbon in the regulation, and how we could reduce, let's say, the sector's impact on emissions. And since 2021, we officially adopted a limit values pathway, and we integrated this limit value pathway in the so-called National Strategy for Sustainable Construction. So, of course, you need a basis to set limit values. And usually in different countries, either you have some building archetypes, which you calculate to set the baseline and then decide where to place the threshold, or you have building cases. So in the case of Denmark, it was started with this 60 building cases, this report. And the innovative part in this case was that all the cases were calculated with the same assessment tool, LCU, and following the same methodology. So in this way, we could kind of establish reference values. And based on this analysis of these 16 building cases, where to set, let's say, the thresholds, the limit values, was a political decision. So let's say the approach which was followed was to let's say, establish the limit values in a way that a given share of the new buildings must perform better. And in the case of the 2023 limit values, the political decision was that 10% of the buildings, which represent the current construction in Denmark, or back then in 2020, should perform better. And then the pathway we have, which is a tightening pathway with a 2 years interval, was built on the same principle. So for 2025, 33% of the buildings must perform better. In 2027, that 60% of the buildings must perform better, and so forth. And this binding pathway became part of the national strategy for sustainable construction. And at the same time, there was also a voluntary pathway for the front runners to follow, which is the brownish pathway that you see here on your screen. So this was like how we gained the first experience, and we established the first limit value since 2023, but this pathway is still evolving. So since January 2023, we have the limit value of 12 kilograms CO2 equivalent per square meter. We started with one limit value, so it was not, it's not differentiated building type at the moment. We started with a full life cycle scope, but only focusing on the most relevant modules, as you can see here. But, the focus was also on the larger buildings. But at the same time, on the side, we also have the requirement of declaring the climate impacts for all types of new buildings, which have to adhere to energy requirements. So the recent update of this pathway, so in 2024, there was the political decision that we will tighten the limit values by 40% on average. So in just 2 years, we will shift the limit value from 12 kilograms CO2 equivalent per square meter per year to 7.1 kilograms CO2 equivalent per square meter per year. And this translates into reflecting that actually more than 80% of buildings today, as they built in Denmark, need to perform better. So this is a huge change in our limit values pathway. And at the same time, the scope of the limit values has also increased a lot. So from mid of 2025, new buildings over 50 square meters will have to adhere to the limit value. Then we will have limit values which are differentiated per building type. And this is the case because some building types perform better than others. So all the, let's say, stakeholders and sectors should kind of spend an equal amount of effort to reduce the emissions. We will have one limit value following the scope we have today, but we also we will introduce a limit value, a separate individual limit value for the construction process. So you can see a lot of changes have happened or will happen within the next less than a year in a way. And the pathway has also been adjusted based on the latest decision on the 2025 limit values. So if we want to summarize the changes, so we had expansion of our let's say mandatory requirements at various levels. So with this limit we had, with this coverage we had, that limit values applied to buildings only to larger buildings. There was a coverage of about 57% of the new stock, and now with the new decision, we cover, let's say, 68% of the building stock. So 68% of the new building stock will have to comply to limit values from 2025. Then from one universal carbon limit, we have shifted to differentiated carbon limit values. And this was based on the fact that we also, let's say now we have a more robust database, of building cases. So the new limit values design is based on 165 representative building cases, a sample which is increasing along the time. And at the same time, from one limit value, we have now two limit values. So this is just the overview. Of course, all of the countries need to, let's say, have some foundations before introducing life cycle requirements into the building codes, and let's say ensure a smoother implementation. And in Denmark, it was a critical part of it was that we already had some experience through the voluntary sustainability assessment systems, DDNB, the voluntary sustainability class. But we also have an active knowledge center, which provides lots of training possibilities and events, and even makes available best practice cases and LCAs with many details and very detailed documentation. At the same time, we have a very good collaboration across the Nordic region and across the Nordic countries under the umbrella of the Nordic Sustainable Construction Forum. And let's say the different representatives of authorities meet regularly, discussing methodological differences in the different countries and what have been the barriers and the problems in the implementation of the building codes and so on. And of course, we have learned a lot through our participation in different international activities. Also having, as I mentioned earlier, a free LCA tool have been piloted for stakeholder readiness, and this tool has been evolved over the years and based on the user feedback we have. But now, of course, there are multiple tool providers. But back then, it was instrumental to have a free LCA tool where the different stakeholders in the industry could actually train and work with LCAs. Of course, we need to have also data available. So I think also an important part of the history is that it was easy to kickstart this process using an already existing database, EcoBauDat database, which is a German database of generic data. And then having this as the starting point, we also, let's say, enriched our data by developing industry EPDs, and then slowly also subsidizing the product EPDs. And now we have a really good source of data. And at the same time, we also have emission factors, which are updated every 2 years. So our Danish Energy Agency actually updates their scenarios every year. So it's also something which is quite important, because also the energy grid is decarbonizing quite fast in Denmark. So it's really important to have updated emission factors when you have a regulation. And another important aspect was that it's always it's hard to have data for technical systems, although they contribute a lot to the embodied carbon. And it's very important to have default values to help the industry include the technical systems, but without complicating a lot the method and make it also very time consuming. So we also have default values for the technical systems. And of course, we need to have a very evolving knowledge database, collect more and more experience about how the new construction looks like in Denmark, how it evolves. And we have done a lot of work understanding also which modules are becoming more and more relevant as the limit values are tightened. And we can see here different reports, so I will not go into the detail. And something which I think it's also important to stress, now we have a very, strict limit value from 2025. And so the decision has been that perhaps it's a good time to revise the entire building code, because the climate impact requirement is an addition to an existing building code, dealing with different types of technical requirements. And as the requirements for the climate impact is becoming stricter, it could have cause some side effects to other requirements like fire safety, health, and so on. So over the next 4 years, the authorities have decided to have a more holistic approach and review the whole building code, and they focus on 4 things. So to balance all the requirements, to make it easier to also apply new building practices. It's also another focus area to use better our existing buildings so that we also reduce the new buildings, the square meters. Also, as you can imagine, when you expand the scope of the building types included in a regulation, it's becoming, let's say, the administrative burden to check all the compliance to the regulation is becoming bigger and bigger. So there is also a focus on simplifying the different processes and also digitalize some of the parts of the process. Like at the moment, we don't have, we have like a voluntary reporting format to report the results of the LCA, but it's not digitalized. So you can imagine if you have digital reporting templates, you can collect all the climate declarations in one place and even have a very rich source of building basis where you can use to build your next limit values. So just a last message from me. So of course Denmark is an inspiring example around the world, and we are moving fast into this field. But of course, it's good to let's say, mention that every country is different. So the regulatory context, the political context, the social let's say, aspects, the acceptability, the industry, the way the industry is built, and so on. So, you know, I'm also here as a representative of the Annex 89 project, and we are planning to collect also examples all over the world to understand, you know, what are, let's say, the successful examples also in other contexts. So, and understand what works and what doesn't work. So, thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Maria. I said that was the last presentation, but I was wrong. We have one more. We have Thomas Luxembourg from Germany to bring us home, and then we're going to jump right into the panel. Thomas.
Thank you. So
I don't know if people online can see it, but that is a very famous graph.
yes, so this is just the visual information, but I will provide you for sure also with some slides. But in the meantime, you can become entertained by the global warming. Yes, but you know, we will come back to this topic we have to discuss here, because in a certain way we will take the elevator now and go down from building level to product level, but the devil is waiting already also in the next level, the devil of detail. We will see. So I have prepared this presentation together with my colleague and friend Greg Fogliente. You know him well, and so we will try to tell you something in a high-speed presentation. So sorry for this, I have to talk to you very quick, but you will get the slides after the presentation, I think so. Just to explain the context in some seconds, the buildings break through. This is ongoing international activity, and the target is to make buildings with nearly zero greenhouse gas emissions in the full life cycle to a new normal, but not up to 2050, up to 2030. But they should also become climate resilient. And so it's a pleasure to see my famous colleagues here from the thermal comfort area, and it's also important to understand the needs for climate adaptation and climate resilience. By the way, there is a working group dealing with standardization and certification, and I really invite you, especially also Australia, to jump in here, because this is the next beautiful platform to exchange ideas and to have a peaceful collaboration. But let us discuss where we are at the moment if we are talking about data and whole life. So first of all, there is the overall assessment of buildings, including technical and functional requirements. And in a certain way, Greg is the local king of building performance-related aspects. In a certain way, this is a starting point. And a subgroup of this is sustainability assessment. We can go down to environmental performance assessment, and whole life carbon assessment will provide us some information in relation to environmental performance, but there is some more impacts to local environment, indoor air quality, and things like this for sure. And as part of whole life carbon assessment, we have embodied your topic here. And the upfront is still, again, a subcategory of this. Now you can see where we are. So there was an extension of system boundaries. In the past, it was all about primary energy. And from there, we go into two directions. At first, we enlarge our system boundary from operation to full life cycle. And now we add some additional, let us say, indicators and categories. No longer we are dealing just with energy demand, nowadays greenhouse gas emissions, but in future we will also see use of primary raw materials. And look, there is also biogenic carbon content, additional information. And now you can see there is a small risk if we talk about embodied carbon and not about embodied greenhouse gas emissions, because there is a risk to mix up embodied carbon with as greenhouse gas emission and embodied carbon as biogenic carbon content. You know, it's important to describe at first performance targets, and later on you can select appropriate indicators and data. For sure we need data. And again, we can see we have the operational carbon, and here again it's very important to understand the position of building energy codes and the energy performance certificates, and for sure there was a cascade, low, nearly near and zero energy buildings. By the way, I was impressed how well informed our colleagues about the situation in Europe. So, but now the Europe's here in person, and we can tell you the details, and I can tell you the period of zero energy is over in Europe. We have to talk about nearly zero emission. But also in this case, we should be very precise and to call it nearly zero greenhouse gas emissions, because there are other emissions too. And there are others, embodied carbon, but again, you have the beautiful cascade, low, nearly, near, net zero. And it's beautiful to discuss with you how close to zero is nearly zero. You see, it's not so easy, and we are very precise definitions, and we need some figures, because figures, these are the languages of engineers. So we have here some ongoing things, and in addition to this observation from outside to Europe, the Energy and Performance Buildings Directives, the more important thing is the delegated act. European Commission will come out with delegated act to create a framework how to calculate whole life carbon. And this is much more important. So there is a requirement, here are the rules, but here are the details based on a European standard 5978. At the moment, we have to struggle still with 1,250 comments we get to improve this. This is explained already, but I will tell you, oh, the crazy Europeans, they have more and more and more sub-modules. You know, in the speech, there was something like module D. That there isn't any module D nowadays, there is D1 and D2. And D2 deals with the avoided emissions elsewhere based on exported energy. You have a module B1, 2, especially dealing with F-gas. You have a module B 6.3. This is user-related energy consumption and related emissions. So, and now we are there where we like to be on the data level. So we need, as mentioned by Maria already, for construction products, but it's a product, it's not a material. So please talk about products, because products are including materials, components, and technical systems like heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems. Do not forget such components. And for the others, operational, we need the emission factors, but also data for potentially avoided emissions by exported energy. So as again mentioned here, to say again, if we have a specific target, we need specific indicators, and for this we need appropriate data. So there are different types of data, like generic data, average data, like sector EPD, product-specific, and already nowadays possible project-specific data. We have system EPDs for components like windows, doors, and so on and so on. And sometimes you can have already configurator to have, let us say, an EPD with included calculation tool to adapt the figure to your very specific window. But, dear colleagues, in future it's not sufficient to talk about the global warming potential. Now we have to subdivide this into fossil, biogenic, new looks. This means land use change. And in addition, there's biogenic carbon content. Now you can decide you will show the total or the fossil. If you have the fossil, you can avoid some problems with biogenic, because it's not so easy to follow the -1, +1. But perhaps this is an insider joke. I can explain this after this in the coffee break. It's very important to understand how to integrate this into a design decision-making process. We start in an early design stage without any knowledge where I will buy the product. So I need average value for early design stage, and later on I switch to specific data like in cost calculation. This is traditional process. But in nowadays there are other options. You can use from the very beginning specific data. If you go for low carbon procurement, you are asking from the very beginning for low carbon steel or low carbon concrete, whatever. And around the world, there is a campaign. Industry is inviting us to ask for such products, because there is a deal between, let us say, industry and some governments for green public procurement to ask for such products. And again, because we are here talking about the codes, these are the more important codes on the product level, the famous 15804 in the current situation. There's also something about data quality and so on. Data quality, again, you must be able to meet the things based on the technology, the territory, and the time. So it would be a mistake to use data from 10 years ago from Australia in Germany now, for sure. But I can make really a compliment to companies in Australia. This is a company in Australia using the European standard 15804. You see already fossil biogenic look. And you see it's with a range. So this company is front runner using the European standard, showing also the range in early design stage. So Australia is using European standards. This is great. Thank you for this. In future, you can ask for low carbon products. So it's no longer good to have just one line for concrete. So you can see you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different lines in your database for concrete A, concrete B, concrete C, and concrete D. And you can ask from the very beginning during
your procurement process for a specific type. Please be aware of this already energy efficiency and factors describing greenhouse gas emissions. You must make a difference between CO2 and CO2 equivalent. You must make a difference, it's old or new. You must make a difference with or without upstream. So you can say, oh, there is a larger risk. I can take the 380, but I can also take the 860. Transparency, transparency, transparency. We need clear rules. In the other situation, you can calculate what you like to see. You need to make a forecast. If you like to go to a dynamic approach, you need a forecast because the before you will plan today, but it will take place in 20 years from now. And if you go to a dynamic approach, yes, you have a certain idea. What happens in the year 2030 with this steel or concrete? So you need certain forecast. It's a high-speed presentation I need. So just to explain your situation for the EPD, there are two use scenarios. If you compare products, you have a scenario for transport and construction site activities. It's for sure good outlook. But EPD is also a source of information for building LCA. And it would be a totally crazy idea to overtake A4 and A5 out of EPD to bring this into your building-related LCA, because there you have your specific data for transport and activities and so on. Please subdivide this. And please, data providers, make a difference between two use cases. How you like to offer the information. You see, this was your topic, embodied upfront and lifecycle embodied carbon. You can see and find in literature already such performance classes, let us say. This is also useful enterprise. At the very end, and that's why we are here, and we continue tomorrow with Annex 89, we are able to support all our colleagues with results from Annex 72, the context-specific methods, the benchmarks, and a guideline for establishing an easy-to-use national LCA database for construction sector in different countries. And especially our colleague from India, he was involved in this, and he's also here. You can also ask our colleague Shiva Kumar tomorrow if you like. A quick summary, if the time allows this. From my point of view, we have to understand, again, target and indicator forms a single unit. Therefore, we need specific data. So we will not learn about my recommendation number 2 and 3 because time is over. You know, you need a national reduction pathway. We have to take into account greenhouse gas emission budget, but we need sub-requirements or orientation values for the, let us say, embodied part. And this was my recommendation. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere because we're going to go straight into our panel. We have Thomas, we have Maria, we have Suzanne joining us here in the chair. Would you like to have a seat?
No, I stand.
You would like to stand?
Yes.
Great. Well,
it looks crazy to sit in the bar.
Maria and Suzanne, would you be happy to stand? We could just do away with the chair and just stand. Would you like? Would you like to stand in front of the chair? So would that be okay? Okay. Let's just put this out of the way. So. We're not doing any pre-prepared questions in this forum. But I do want to throw a quick opening question to the three of you, just a really brief answer. And then we're going to go into questions from the room in the chat, starting with Neil, who has his hand up right at the beginning of the session. I would like to ask you, following up on a question that was in the chat a little bit before, I think one of the things that are very different about what we have had energy requirements for operations and building codes for a long time. And one thing that both life cycle and embodied carbon approaches are bringing to the table is that they're getting the building sector to help another sector decarbonize. Historically, we've seen them differently, which is the industrial sector with materials, steel, cement, bricks. One of the questions in the chat were about what makes us think that embodied carbon in this approach can actually drive meaningful emissions in the industrial sector? Let me throw it to whoever wants to take that.
I can be the icebreaker if you like.
Yes, please.
It's always a question of supply side and demand side. Industry is doing their very best to offer us, let us say, decarbonized materials. But for sure, you have to create a market. Somebody must order such materials. Somebody must pay for such materials. And I was in a meeting with the manager of the famous steel company in Germany. He was showing two pieces of steel, the green one, the decarbonized one, and the other one, with similar technical characteristics. And his question was, who will pay for the green one if the price is the double? How to create a demand. And this is the only chance to create a demand if you create a place where it makes the difference. And this is inside life cycle impact assessment. And therefore, in Germany, we have a founding program as a pre-stage for legal binding requirement. And this makes a difference to say, oh, if I use this decarbonized steel, I'm able to meet benchmarks. And this creates the demand. So we must find the balance between supply side and demand side. Thank you.
It's amazing. Maria?
Yeah, so actually, we are actually observing this already. So if you look at EPDs, like some years ago for the same product, and an EPD which has been updated, today you can see already that the values are much lower. So actually, this is already happening. So, and in a way, the industry is asking for, although we have the generic data in Denmark and you can use them for the LCA, the industry is using EPDs because they can have lower results because the generic values are always higher than the EPDs. So there is the market already, at least this is what we are seeing in Denmark.
Amazing. Suzanne?
I think obviously it is about supply and demand, but I also think there's a bottom line there for manufacturing industries. I think that there is a cost benefit to them for doing this. If you design a piece of steel that does the same structural job and uses less mass, you get to pocket the difference. And if you are building or manufacturing materials that are going to have a lower sustainability risk, then you get better access to finance internationally. So I think it's the bottom line as well as the supply and demand.
Amazing. Love these answers already. So we're going to go into questions from the room. Neil, would you like to go first?
Yeah, it's more of a statement, if I may, than a question.
You can turn it and put a question mark at the end.
I'll try to do that. Of course, anyone's welcome to comment, but I just wanted to alert the audience to the fact that on Saturday at COP29, the International Code Council and Standards Australia released a white paper on a universal data protocol, which is going to be an extension of the UN Transparency Protocol, and then you can go into European digital product passports, etc. But ultimately, it's about trying to ensure that as this quite complex regulatory framework starts to take place and spreads more broadly than Europe, Australia to other parts of the world, that there's going to be a huge amount of data generated. Thomas, you just constantly pointed to data being critical. And of course, at the moment, people are generating a lot of data through many different methods, through multiple platforms, but they're not necessarily interoperable. And for the purposes of someone like an architect or a designer who's pulling their specifications together and procuring products from multiple supply chains, they need transparent, reliable, verifiable data. The regulators need to be able to audit that data. If you can think it's just this mismatch of data, and that data needs to be aligned so that it can be interoperable. So the purpose of this universal data protocol, which will be an open source, free of charge data source of information, is to enable the regulation, the people who are regulated and the regulators to have more transparent, verifiable, trustworthy data. So just watch this space. I'm going to send, Meredith, I'll send you the white paper link so you can send it out with the presentations.
Amazing. Thank you, Neil.
Okay.
But a quick answer?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So data for sure. And based on your comment, it sounds complicated, and perhaps it is complicated, for sure. But what will be the alternative? And let me tell you a metaphor. Each company is able to calculate the cost per product. Why they should not be able to calculate their greenhouse gas emission per product? So it's the same exercise. Left-hand side greenhouse gas emissions, right-hand side your cost. If you are a well-organized company, there should not be a problem. The problem are the background data. And in Europe, there's an ongoing discussion. European Commission is responsible or not to provide the background data, that all can use the same background data for transport and chemical processes and things like this. But let us say the product or company-related part is part of the producer, and this should not be a problem, because also the company itself is responsible for sustainability reporting, and there is a meeting point between life cycle of the product and the company-related sustainability report. The only thing is that the crazy European Commission come out with a timetable to say, oh, the last one can start to calculate global warming potential 2040, but the other department of European Commission is asking to say, oh, you have to calculate global warming potential since yesterday. Again, there is a question between demand side and supply side. Yeah? They're asking for calculation results, but they are waiting for the requirement to come out with your data you need on product level. And by the way, the let us say presentation here to say start with steel and concrete, this is useless as an exercise. You need for each product which is going into the building the data for each, and you have for each the cost. Why you should not be able to come out with each data set with environmental related information? It's just question of motivation or policy pressure. So my message to industry is be front runner, wait not for requirement. It's a service to your customer to provide, together with your good product information.
Yeah, amazing. Can I just have a comment on that? Because
Can we go at the back and then?
Okay.
Yeah, just on data again, just to follow up that comment. The thing is that not all data are made the same. Interoperability definitely is needed by form and units and so on and so forth. But the story of one of the key messages in the presentation of Thomas is that the performance requirement, data follows the performance requirement, which is a definition. That's why it's an integral unit. So I cannot just use the data, even though the format is interoperable, because the content is not. And so this is very, very clear in different types of performance, and more so than other in embodied data set, more than any other building performance data.
But I think we also need to bear in mind the requirements won't necessarily or exclusively be in building codes. They may be through ESG reporting requirements.
Yes, but it's all about the definition of what's required. Yes.
Yeah. There's an assembly of data at some point.
I might just go
to be able to report back.
Let's go to Paul.
Okay. I accept what you're saying about cost and carbon. So you can have the same sort of systems, but the cost of what a manufacturer pays their supplier for a product is a supply and demand issue. There's no intrinsic way that you calculate the cost. But for carbon, we want an intrinsic way of calculating the carbon. It has to be the carbon that's in the product, whereas the cost is whatever somebody will pay for it.
Okay, but
the systems can be the same.
Yes, the systems are the same, and please excuse my behavior of a very old teacher. But in my language, there's a clear difference between price and cost. And one is your cost calculation. What does it cost for you? And the other is the price you sell it. But at the very end, you have to know at first the cost on your side, and there is a parallelity in a certain way with other data.
Yeah, but the cost changes, whereas the carbon stays the same.
You know, a metaphor has advantages and disadvantages. I'd just like to provide you with some arguments for the next discussion or battle of arguments, whatever you see. Yeah, you know, I'm a well-trained fighter in discussions like this, and I just like to share with you some of the arguments, you know?
Yeah.
The reason, sorry, the reason I raise it is just that my son works in a big company. He does the carbon accounting for them. And I know how difficult it is for him to do his job and be sure that what he's saying is accurate. Whereas somebody, his colleague working in the accounts department, simply has to add up the cost of what they're charged.
Yeah, and maybe just as we move to the next question, we heard that from consultants from across Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and the US as well, in the development of the national standard in Australia. So there's lots of perspectives, but I think I just wanted to make sure that we make that point really clear. Meredith.
Yeah, so I'd love your perspective, and for any or all of the panelists, what is the hardest part of it? Where is it hard? I mean, we've heard, Carlos, I think you gave a really eloquent example, and obviously we need to improve the data, but it's incredibly difficult to do. So what are the parts that are the hardest, where we're going to need to work the most to build up the data, to make them, as Neil and as Greg were saying, interoperable, transparent, free, and so that it can be relatively easily used by industry, by people who want to comply.
So Maria,
where are the biggest gaps?
I'm wondering if I might put you on the spot, given that Denmark has been doing this at some scale in the last, especially since last year. Has this been a constraint? What have you seen from your experience?
You also need to push it up in a way, because you may not have EPDs for every type of product. So in a way, the countries who are having legal requirements or are in a way of having, they have some type of generic data in place to fill the gaps. Of course, the industry prefers to use EPDs because you have a lower result, but you still need to fill the gaps with generic data. And this is sometimes also costly to develop, let's say, national data. So in a way, that's why we also used EcoBaudat, which was an already established German database to kickstart our process. And of course, it's also useful to have industry EPDs, which is also kind of costly, but it's very useful to use instead of generic data coming from another country.
Suzanne, I might throw it to you. I think Suzanne's been really involved in developing the national standard here in Australia. And we're not in the European zone where there's lots of different uses. We're basically studying something with relatively low demand, no policy, creating local EBD usage, so from a lower base and less availability of data. What do you think are challenges that countries in those positions, like the ones we have been in New Zealand as well, have to keep in mind?
So I think the obvious answer here is that we do know anecdotally that we've got a lot of small innovative startups in Australia are making some really low emissions materials, and they find it really, really hard to comply with the existing standards from Standard Australia. They find it very hard to pay for an EPD, much harder than the Holcim's and the big manufacturers out there. So support for those people to innovate and to really raise everybody's game, I think that's definitely a big consideration.
Yes, just a comment on that one. So for generic data, you need like accepted national LCR databases. That's really the new battle. And you would normally import that for starting countries somewhere else. And most places will not do any local adjustment, and then they get this huge error. And I've seen that happen in Australia, where they use the ICE UK dataset, and we did a calculation using Australian dataset, and the gap is like this. So because of different carbon intensity profiles, of course. So the problem is that we have started an Australian National Life Cycle Inventory database. And over time, we put a lot of Australian dataset there and adjusted EcoInvent dataset, which is well established, and that has adjustment in different regions around the world. And then so you have that kind of base. So then the EPDs, even when they're coming slow, and they are coming, but if they are coming slow for that reason, the market is small, then they would just fill in better data.